It's time to start on our Candy Cane Lane group project. Are you ready? Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and it is time to start on our Candy Cane Lane bench pillow group project. So real quick, the items that we need. So the machine embroidery CD for the Candy Cane Lane bench pillow, and the embellishment kit. I've got mine in a Ziploc bag already because I've already opened it, but the embellishment kit and the fabric kit, and which comes with the backing, by the way, and the thread kit, optional, but I find it really helpful. So Candy Cane Lane bench pillow thread kit. This is the glide threads. So you're also going to want your stabilizers. I am going to be using light mesh cutaway. It's the yellow one, or golden yellow. This will be in the hoop for our quilting, and then fusible backing by Kimberbell. Kimberbell's fusible backing. It's the light green, and this is on the back of every single fabric, every single applique, background fabric and applique pieces, and that will help ward off puckers. So hopefully you've already got your supplies and you're all ready, and already cutting even would be good. So today's project, the first one is called Street Lamp 1. And I have a link to all of the supplies that you need that are from our sponsor. Your Best Friends Quilt Shop is sponsoring this project for Kristen Creates. And I have a link to all of the supplies that I just mentioned. And then also these little envelope packs that I use to keep my fabrics all separated and ready. So it's up to you. If you want, you can choose to pre-cut all of your fabrics and back them with fusible stabilizer. Like I said, I'm using the Kimberbell fusible backing, and you can do that all ahead of time for each of the days, so that once you get fun time ready to play, everything's all ready for you. That's optional, up to you, but I am doing it on this one. So let's go ahead and go over what we need for today, for the first day. So this is the gray with white dots, and I just want to point out that the front and the back are pretty similar, and the fusible backing is pretty similar. So make sure that you've got the front on your before you iron down your stabilizer. So you want to have obviously the stabilizer on the back of the fabric, but just make sure that it's not, wrong side, because it's easy to do since it's such a light gray. So this one, for our main fabric background, it's going to be 6.5 by 10.5. That's what we started at, 6.5 by 10.5. For that light gray with white dots. And as always, back it with fusible stabilizer. I'm telling you, this is a game changer. You want to make sure to have this background fabric really well stabilized. And then we also need the red glitter sheet, and we're going to cut this to 2.5 by 4. And before we use it, you're going to want to make sure to take off the topping. This is just a sticky topping that we don't need on our embroidery. And I'll show you later as we get working on it, but we are going to iron this down, press it, I think it's called, because it's not really moving the iron. You're just kind of warming it and getting it to adhere enough that it will not bubble or anything like that. So your red glitter, this is in your embellishment kit, and you want to cut it to 2.5 by 4. All right, and then we want that, I think it was called, let me see, white embroidery topping. White embroidery topping. This also is in your embellishment kit. It's a larger piece because we need it for a couple of items. So cut it down to 2.5 by 4, and it's very staticky here in Idaho. So 2.5 by 4. That also might be because it was in that envelope pack, actually, now that I think about it. And then the mylar. So the mylar is gold on one side and silver on the other side. So you want to make sure to be using the gold side, because this is going to be for our lights on this design today. So this one you're going to cut also to 2.5 by 1.5. 2.5 by 1.5 for the gold mylar. And then batting. Don't forget your batting. So Kimberbell has project batting, and everybody loves it. I haven't I haven't tried it yet. I haven't purchased it yet, so I don't have that. So I'm using Warm and Natural, and there's been a lot of questions, what batting do I use? So if you have the Kimberbell batting, it's the right thickness. It's the right one for this project if you have it. And if not, then use what you've got. So I'm using Warm and Natural, but your batting, you want to cut this to 5 by 9. And the way that we determine that size is our final cut size. So if you look on the directions, so the directions come on a PDF that are on your CD. And if you open that up it'll tell you, these are the supplies you need, these are the instructions, and then at the very bottom, it always has the final cut size. Because remember, I told you that we want this to be 6.5 by 10.5, but we're gonna embroider on it, do all of our stuff on it, and then we are gonna cut it before we're done with that block. And so our final cut size for this block is 4.5 by 8.5. And so that means that we want a piece of batting that's 5 by 9. I always cut mine a 1/2 inch larger than the final cut size. And when we do our quilting, so I'm going to show you how we have some newbies doing it with us, which is so fun. And when we do the quilting in the hoop, the Kimberbell quilting, they've got it like dummy proofed for us. It's so great. So the number 1 is the placement stitch for the batting, and we do that right on our stabilizer, and then we lay down our batting and it tacks it down. That's step number 2, and then we're going to trim it. So that's why you want just enough to be able to trim it, but it really doesn't matter what size as long as it's large enough to be able to tack down with step number 2. Then step number 3 is the placement stitch for our main fabric. So we'll do that on the stabilizer as well. And then number 4 is the tack down or basting stitch for our main fabric. And then number 5 is the actual quilting design. So speaking of quilting designs, so today you can choose any quilting design that you want, and I'm thinking about doing a variation and not just doing all one, but that's totally up to you. So Kimberbell has a pack, it's called the Candy Cane Lane Bundle. And in that bundle, there is the, what is it called? Christmas 2, which is the super cute one with candy canes and peppermints. And you would do that on all of your background fabrics if you choose to do all the same and if you choose to use the Candy Cane Lane Bundle. And then for your borders, there's one for the inner border and one for the outer border. And that one is called Christmas 2 border. So in that bundle is both of those. One is the border and one is the Candy Cane Lane. And those are $14 together. You have to buy it on the Kimberbell website, but I do ask that you use the link that's in the video description underneath this video, because that will give a little credit to our sponsor that's sponsoring this project for Kristen Creates. So like I said, that bundle is $14. But if you were to buy the Christmas 2, that one is $8. And if you buy the border, then that one is $6. I could have those separated. I think it's right though. $6 for one, $8 for the other. And the bundle is $14. So what I'm trying to point out is there's no price difference. So you can buy them separately. You can mix and match. You can do whatever, or you can buy that bundle and just use the peppermint and candy canes and the border, which is the really cute snowflake. So that's totally up to you. I'm going to decide as I work on it, but I know I'm going to start with this Candy Cane Lane one for the first quilting, and then probably do Christmas trees and snowflakes. And I like to mix it up. I like to do things differently. I did that on Twilight Boulevard and I really liked how that came out. So totally up to you. But just know that you do need to buy it from the Kimberbell website. There's a direct link in the video description that will take you to Kimberbell and yet also give a little credit to our sponsor. So it will credit your best friend's quilt shop. So if you can do that, great. So we talked about the batting, the quilting design. So for the quilting design, since our final cut size is 4.5 by 8.5, that means that we want to use a quilting design that is 4 by 8. And like I said, you can use any quilting design, but you want it to be size 4 by 8. That part's really important. And I've seen where people have picked the wrong size and then you're trying to fix after the fact, and it's not an easy thing. So 4 by 8. And if you are using a 5 by 7 hoop, if your largest hoop is a 5 by 7 hoop, then you would want to do the 4 by 4 design twice. And that's really easy to do. I will try to also make time to give a little tutorial on how to do that, but it is a very simple process. And so if you are doing, let's see, 4 by 8, so actually it doesn't matter. So if you're using 5 by 7, I will try and make a separate tutorial for how to do the 4 by 4 twice. But if you have a 6 by 10 hoop, then the 4 by 8 will fit in there just fine. Any larger hoop, anything larger will work fine. So that's all the steps of what we're going to do today. I think now we just need to go to the machine and get some playing time in. So let's go ahead and do it, and I will show you how to do that quilting in the hoop. We've got a few extra things on here. So one quick thing is I am using the thread from our thread kit. Your Best Friend's Quilt Shop sent me this thread kit, and so I'm very excited about it. I am using this. And I will show pictures of each step of which colors I'm using. There is a thing in here about the wreath. So the wreath, you can use, what is it called? Water soluble bobbin thread if you want. I'm just going to use regular thread. So the wreath itself is with green thread, and our bobbin thread, my bobbin thread, will be white. So it's easy for me to see it and to trim it. But if you have trouble, I'm going to show you a few tips. So you can use your phone and zoom in to be able to see those bobbin stitches. You can use your reader glasses. That's what I'm going to do. But I haven't found it difficult, and I'll show you my tips along the way. Or you can buy water soluble thread, and I heard that people are trying that out and they're liking it, so go for that. That's certainly an option. I would assume that you just run the design and then squirt it with water. Hopefully that's as easy it is, and then pull up those bobbin stitches. Anyway, I don't know exactly because I haven't done that, and I don't have water soluble bobbin thread, so I'm going to show you the way that I'm going to do it. And this looks like a really easy design for our first one. So I think we're all good. And let's get playing. Okay, everyone, now that we have the quilting design all done, isn't that so cute? Now we're going to do the street lamp design. So we need to make a small adjustment to the street lamp design because it's going to automatically go to the center, but we want to move it down, and it's really easy to do that. So once you load the design, we're just going to go to, excuse me, embroidery first. All right, so what I like to do is I use this button here to show me where it's going to stitch. And as you can see by this little green crosshair in the middle, that is the middle of the design, and we want to see where the bottom is going to stitch. Excuse me, because you can see that it's at the middle of the block right now, and we want to see where it's going to stitch the bottom of the block. So if we go to this button here on my Dream Machine 2, I'm sure there's similar buttons for every machine, and then it opens up this, and we're just going to push this one down here that goes to the bottom. And you can see it brings it down to the bottom, and it's showing you that it's going to stitch the bottom of the design here. And over here, you can see the little green crosshair. See that little green crosshair at the center at the bottom? And so that shows us where the bottom of the design is, but we don't want the bottom of the design to be up here because then it'll look like it's floating. It's pretty close though, but we want it to actually go where our batting ends. So you have to feel where the batting ends, which if you just feel right here, it's right about here. So it's about 1/8 of an inch to 1/4 of an inch above this line. And that is going to be where we're going to want to start the design. So it's very simple. We're just going to move the design down. And to do that, we go back to the edit button, which takes away that first screen. Click edit again, and we're going to move. Click to move. And then we have these buttons that will allow us to move the actual design. So if we come over here and you feel for that batting, like I said, we're not far off actually. And then you hit the down button, this one here, and you can see how the design will move down. So you can move down, 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 and then just feel around for that batting, and you really want the design to end at your batting line. So like I said, you can just feel where that batting is, but another option if you prefer to be super precise is you can get your tape measure. This is going to be hard to do one-handed, but you get the gist of it, and measure from this basting stitch here and measure up 1/4 inch, and then use a disappearing ink line, draw a line at that 1/4 inch, and you can use that as where your start guide should be. Okay, so I drew a line. That makes it pretty easy, but you can see the batting. See how you can see the little lip of where the batting ends. And that right there is our 1/4 inch seam allowance from the batting to our cut line, which this isn't actually a cut line, but it's close. So this is where our basting stitch is. So we're going to do a 1/4 inch up from the basting stitch. So once you have that, then go ahead and it's easier if I put my foot down and I can see, and then I just, again, I move that down button on my machine until it looks like it's right over that new line that I created. So either way, you can eyeball it, you can draw a precise line, but you want it about a 1/4 inch above this basting stitch. And like I said, that's really easy to do. You just use the buttons on your machine. And let's see, do I have it where I want it? Maybe down one more. Sorry, hold on. Okay, so once you have it where you want your stitching to be, right, a 1/4 inch above that basting stitch, then you're going to go back to your machine here, and you've already used this down button to get the design where you want it. You can see from that crosshair we're at the bottom. So we're going to go back out of this edit screen, and then we can use this button to go back to the middle. The center, and then we're back up at the center. And you don't have to, but you can also check where the top is. So from this crosshair, we can see we're at the center of the design. We want to see what the top looks like, so we just push that button up there, and that green crosshair is now up at the top. And you can see on your fabric that you'll have a little bit of quilting up at the top, whereas if we had moved the design in the wrong space, then we'd be wonky with our quilting design. So we're all good. So go back to the center, which actually you don't have to do that, but I often do, and then exit out of the edit screen. And we are going to make sure to bypass this. I mean, you could stitch it, but then you're going to have to take it out, so why bother? Since we already did our quilting, we don't need this. This is the placement guide for our main fabric. And if we were not quilting it, so they would, fold it an inch and do a bunch of stuff that we don't need to do because we quilted. So we're going to bypass that step, and that's very easy to do as well. So to do that, we go down here to this button that's got the plus and the minus, and we're going to just go down. So here's our placement stitch. We don't want that, so we're going to go down to the next, and that one is our basting stitch that is going to hold all of the fabric down. Well, we already did that in our quilting design, so we don't need that one either. So we're going to again go down, and now we're at the first stitch of our quilting design, and we're all centered and ready. We've got it just where we want it to be, so we're ready to go ahead and get started. And just so you know, this is the start point, and we're all ready. Easy, right? Okay, so once you have all of the stitching done, it is time to cut those bobbin threads. And I recommend doing it while it's still in the hoop because then it's nice and tight. And you can zoom in and see them really well. It's not the easiest thing in the world, but it's not that hard. So you want to make sure not to cut these. This is the satin stitching here. Don't cut that. That's what's holding down all of these little fringe parts. But you can see, I'm going to try and show you around my camera. So see this white right here? That is where we're going to cut. And then there's another one on the further edge. I'm not showing you very well with my marker here, but I'll add another photo that helps describe it. But I used white. I used regular white bobbin thread. You could use yellow. You could use whatever you think is going to make it easier for you to see it. And like I said from the start, you can use water soluble. I've heard positive and negatives on that. It's totally up to you. I'm not going to. I have not had a problem with these making fringes before. This one is, I would say, a little bit lighter than others that I've done, maybe because it's 2 layers. So there's this one here, so just make sure to stay away from the satin stitching, but it's really hard for me to show you with my around the camera. But anyway, there's 2. There's one further out and one further in, but just stay away from the satin stitching. Like I said, that holds everything in. But you can use your camera to zoom in on it. But bottom line is you're just going to follow that white and put your bobbin, or I'm sorry, your, this, what is it called? You're going to use this to go all the way around, and I'll show you more in photos, but this, it works really well. So don't be afraid. We'll get there. Seam ripper, that's the word, seam ripper. All right, let's try it. All right, I'm not completely sure you'll be able to see this, but I'm going to try. So I just want to point out, I know that this can be intimidating, but it's really not too bad at all. And as you go around and lift these loops, you'll know if you missed some of the bobbin thread on the back because they won't lift up. So just go around and lift, lift, lift. Hopefully you can see this. It's a lot easier if you're not trying to do it on a video, but you just go around and lift them. And like I said, when you get to an area that doesn't come up easily, then you know to cut more on the back. So you can see, just lift these up. Very hard to do while holding it this way. But so you're going to do all of the top layer that's near the satin stitch in the middle, and then you're also going to do the ones in the back. Let's see, those come up too, because we cut 2 areas, 2 sets of bobbin stitches. So on the back, you don't cut this satin stitch that's right in the middle here, but you cut right around it, and then you cut one more. And you just look for that white bobbin thread or whatever color bobbin thread you used. But really, it's just a simple line around that satin stitch. Don't hit that satin stitch, but around it, and then around one more. And then when you get to the front, you just pull them up. And like I said, it's a lot easier if you're not holding your hoop and trying to do it. But I want you to be able to see it if at all possible. So anyway, hopefully this is giving you a visual. When I'm not holding it, I just kind of lift it. But I'm kind of picking at it instead because it's harder to hold this way. But and then again, if they're not coming up, like the ones closer to this lamp post, I can see that I missed some because they're still very tight. There they go. But anyway, you can always just turn it over to the back and make sure that you have a straight line that's all cut. And hopefully this is helping give you a visual of what it looks like. You're just cutting the bobbin stitches on the back, and then on the front lifting them up. Is your biggest hoop a 5x7? You can still do candy cane lane. I'll show you how. Hey everyone, Kristen Som here, and I'm going to show you how to do the candy cane lane bench pillow. Even if your biggest hoop is a 5x7, you can still quilt in the hoop. All the actual designs that are on the CD are already 5x7, but it's the quilting part that will show you how to do. It's totally doable, I promise. Okay, so I already made the block using my regular hoop, but I'm going to just show you as a practice for those that are using a 5x7 hoop. So I'm using felt just because, like I said, I already made the regular block and I don't want to use all the fabrics again, but this will show you how. So you want to start with your fabric. So the regular fabric, you'll still have to watch the regular tutorial, but the regular fabric, I believe it was 6.5 by 10.5. So I cut my felt piece to exactly that size. And then I folded it and found the center. So what you would want to do with your fabric is to fold it in half, both horizontally and vertically, and iron a seam down the center. That would be the easiest way. You could also do it by just finger pressing and then use your water soluble pen to be able to mark the center. Having the center as your guide will be important. All right, let's go ahead and take it to the machine. Hi everyone, so I want to give a visual to those that are using a 5x7 hoop. I'm going to show you how to do it on the embroidery machine, but in the meantime, I want to give you a visual of what that's going to look like. I'm using Sew Up Pro embroidery software, and like I said, this is just for a visual. I'm also going to show it in a larger hoop, just again so that you can get a visual of what it will look like, of what we're going to do when we double hoop. So for the first block, the Candy Cane Lane, the street lamp one, we are going to need a 4x4 and a 4x4 double hoop design to equal out to 4x8. So I'm using Sew It Pro, you can see up here in the title bar, and I'm just going to go to File, Open, and open up that first design. So I'm using the Christmas 2, it's the Candy Cane Lane one, it's called Christmas 2, and I'm using in 4x4. So when you open it, it automatically opens to a 5x7 hoop. I'm going to change the hoop to a 6x10 just so I can show you how it will look when we have 2 of the 4x4 designs in there. So up here at this little hoop button, we can adjust the hoop size. And so I'm going to choose this 6x10. All right, so here we have our 4x4 design. It's smack in the middle. And what we're going to do is to first take out steps 3 and 4. So quickly, let me tell you the steps for those that haven't done this before, the quilting and the hoop. So number 1 is the placement stitch for the batting, and we do that right on our stabilizer, and then we lay down our stabilizer on top of that placement stitch, and we stitch number 2, which is the tack down stitch for the batting. So after that, then we trim. And then number 3 is again right on the stabilizer. Number 3 is the placement stitch for our main fabric. And number 4 is the tack down or basting stitch of the main fabric. And then number 5 is the actual quilting design. So since we're going to be double hooping, if you were to do this, actually, whether you do it on the machine or in the quilting software or embroidery software, it's easier to move them around and to get them lined up if you take out this step here, this large one. So that is step 3 and 4. And like I said, it's the placement stitch for the main fabric and the tack down stitch of the main fabric. And you'll see it's easier if we take those out. So to take it out, you just click on it and right click and click delete thread. And again, I'm using Sew It Pro. I'm sure that the steps are pretty similar in whatever embroidery software that you choose. And then again, delete thread, right click, delete thread. So now we just have the placement and the tack down of the batting and the quilting design. So what we can do is we can click on that, the whole thing, and move it. And we're going to move it up, try and center it right in the middle, horizontally and vertically. I'll move it up just a bit. All right, so you can see from this is the vertical line and this is the horizontal line. And you can see that we have, if you click on it, you can see we're right at the center, both horizontally and vertically. So that one is done and ready. So now we're going to go ahead and go to File, Merge to bring in that second design. So we're going to bring in the 4x4 again. And you can move it. Actually, so one other little tip is you can hit the control button and move the scroll on your mouse to make the screen wider or bigger for this program. And then you can see it better. All right, so you can move it out of the way, but we again want to take out those steps 3 and 4 because it will make it harder to line it up. So if you go, you might be able to do this on your machine. Excuse my dog, sorry, somebody must be walking by. You might be able to do this on your machine. I don't know. I haven't been able to do it on my machine. But so in software, it's just easier. So now we're at step 6 and 7 since we've already got the first set. And so we're going to just click on it, right click, delete thread, and again, delete thread. We might be getting a delivery, sorry. All right, so then we just take this one, and again, we're going to move it up to the center, trying to get it right on that center line, both horizontally and vertically. And boom, there we go. All right, so if you click outside of the box, then you can see both of them. So this is what we are going for when we bring it to our embroidery machine. So and I'm going to show you how to do that. Sorry for the messages. I'm going to show you how to do that, but this is the visual so that you can see our goal here. So when you have the whole thing, so if you were to click on each one, it tells you over here on the right, 4x4, and this one also is a 4x4. But if you click outside of the box, then it'll show you the whole thing. And we're at 4x8, and that's what we want. We want a 4x8 quilting design, even though we're going to use a 5x7 hoop. It can be done. It's easy. So you saw how to delete threads. You saw how to move them around. This is on embroidery software. So, but you can, I'll show you how to do it on the embroidery machine. So let's go ahead and get started. All right, so once we have the first few steps done, we've got our batting tacked down and trimmed, and we have the placement stitch for our main fabric. So now what you're going to want to do, I'm going to do this one-handed, so bear with me, but you want to take this, your 6x10 fabric, fold it in half. You want that little placement line that we made on the inside, and then put it under your hoop. Trying to make sure it's straight, one-handed, sorry. All right, so here is our center, right? We want that to be just above that placement stitch for our main fabric. All right, so make sure and feel around that it's all centered. Sorry, again, one-handed. All right, so just make sure that that is all centered straight, and then you're going to pull back that bottom layer so that we are only going to stitch on this top part. And notice that this lines right up with our batting. You can feel the batting underneath our fabric. All right, and then it's centered in the hoop. And we are going to go ahead and do, actually I'm going to bypass the tack down. If you want to do the tack down, you could. You could definitely, as long as you make sure to take out the basting stitches before you start the next one. That's up to you. If you choose to bypass it, then you would just tape it in place. But to bypass it the way that I do it, I'm going to look around the camera, sorry. This one, it's got the plus and the minus sign on it. And then go up here to the next step. And that brings us right to the quilting design. So that just is how you bypass the tack down stitch or the basting stitch of the main fabric. But again, you can do it on this first one. You wouldn't want to do it on the second one because you'll already have quilting in the way. So it's better to just bypass it, in my opinion. So anyway, so we are all set, and we've got our fabric just right. Like I said, it is centered along that batting line, and we've got our fabric all straight, and we're ready. And so we're going to go ahead and start the quilting for the top half of the fabric. Okay, so you can see we have the quilting done on the top half of our fabric. We're going to do the bottom half, unhoop it, and get your fabric ready or your batting ready, and I'll show you the next steps. Very easy. Okay, we have our first hooping done, the top of our main fabric, and we have our second hooping ready to go. We're going to run through those first few steps, and then I will show you how to connect them together. Okay, now that we have the first few steps done and we have our placement stitch for our main fabric, we are going to very simply from here, from our background fabric, we're going to fold it backwards, and see that batting right there? We're going to use that as our guide, and we are going to line up batting to batting. If you've ever done one of the quilts with me, the candy corn or vintage boardwalk, this is how we did our borders. So it's the same process. You would just line up batting to batting, looking around the camera to make sure I've got it straight. All right, so batting to batting, and then once you have it, bring that fabric down under your needle. Hopefully you don't need one hand to do it, two is better. All right, and then tape these in place, and you've got it all lined up for your second hooping. How easy is that? All right, let's go ahead and run it and we'll see how it comes out. All right, once we have this all set to go, I recommend bypassing this basting stitch because it will go around what we just quilted. So go ahead and bypass that and move on to the stitching design. All right, and we're all ready. Okay, and we're done with the quilting. And look, there's no big gap between the two hoops. No one will know that you did it in two hoopings instead of one. And it came out perfectly. I used pink thread so that you could see it well. I used felt instead of regular fabric, and I used tearaway instead of the mesh cutaway. But it is recommended to use obviously mesh cutaway and the fabric that comes in your kit, and whatever thread color you want, but I'm using this as a sample for you. So here's the two hoopings. You can see that we did two different hoopings, but they're perfectly together. All right, and so now I need to just show you how to get the actual design on here, and it's very easy, especially with that center guide. Let's start. Okay, so now we're gonna load the Street Lamp 1 design, and because we quilted, this is gonna be really easy to do. I'll show you. All right, the first, let's click embroidery. The first step is a placement line for our main fabric. So we're gonna stitch that on our stabilizer, and it'll show us where to put our quilted fabric down. Okay, so you can see here we went ahead and stitched that placement stitch right on our stabilizer, and we're going to go ahead and line up our fabric that we just quilted. All right, so take your fabric and fold back that bottom edge so that you can see the batting really clearly. And we're just gonna line the batting up on this line. Center it. You see that? My hand's probably in the way, but the placement line is there, and we're just gonna line up the batting against that line. And once that we get that completely straight and centered on that line, then we're going to tape in place, tape all around, because we're not going to use the basting stitch. Instead, we're going to tape to hold it in place. All right, so we have our fabric carefully placed and taped down. And you can feel that we're right at the bottom of our batting here. And we'll see on the placement stitch of the candy cane, you can see it is starting right at the bottom. All right, so I'm not going to go through all the steps. I just wanted to show you how to line it up just right. And you can feel that that candy cane is right at the bottom of our batting, exactly where we should have it. And then we will cut it when we're all done. After the project is completely done, we're going to cut it and we'll have our 1/4 inch seam allowance, and the project will not be floating at all. It's exactly where it should be. So easy. When you quilt it first, it's really easy to line everything up. And that's how to do it with a 5x7 hoop. Pretty cool. Okay, and to do all the other blocks, the street lamps are both smaller, but the other blocks are all a little bit larger. And the process is the same. The only difference is our fabric will be turned. So let's go ahead and run through a quick tutorial on that too. Okay, so we have the first hooping done and we have the batting and placement ready for the next hooping to get our quilting. So again, fold it in half, get the batting where you can see it peeking out from the edge there, and you can start on this side or on this side. It's not going to matter because this quilting design is not directional, so it's up to you. I'm going to go ahead and start it from the opposite side that we started. Hopefully my hands won't be too much in the way. But again, you're just going to, here, let me do it where you can see it. Line up the batting from the first hooping to the batting of the second hooping. Just like that. Hopefully you can see that. Let's see if I carry this over. So batting from the first hooping lined up with the batting of the second hooping. And then just bring it down under your needle and then tape in place. And remember, you're going to want to bypass the basting stitch because otherwise it'll go right along the edge here and you'll have to pick it out in between your quilting design. So my recommendation is to bypass it. but that's up to you. All right, I'm going to check this and make sure it's straight. And that's so easy to do, right? Like, you just check the batting against the batting, making sure that it's totally straight. And then you're all ready. How perfect is that? 2 hoopings, you would never know. It looks like it was all done in one large hoop. And this just makes me happy. If you saw my post this morning with the technology issue with my microphone, I did a whole tutorial and then found out that my microphone was not working right. So anyway, this makes me happy. This makes it all worth it. Nice and easy. I'll show you the back too in a minute. All right, so we have all of our quilting done. 2 hoopings, looks like 1. And here's what the back looks like. 2 hoopings in 6x4. And we just did that by turning the fabric, nice and easy. So you can see here that I went ahead and I stitched the placement stitch for our fabric. So all you're gonna do, same thing, is you're gonna find your batting and line up that batting with the placement line. Hold on, let me do this not one-handed. Okay, so here it is with your batting lined up against that placement stitch. Just visually center it, pretty easy to do, and then tape in place, and you're all set. Do you like hot cocoa? Do you like stuff in it like marshmallows or candy cane or whipped cream? Well, I think our hot cocoa will go along with our project today. Let's get started. Hey everyone, Kristen Som here, enjoying a cup of hot cocoa. So tell me, how do you like your hot cocoa? It's not coffee. Don't worry, you don't want to see me on coffee, but it's pretty yummy stuff. So today we are going to work on the cocoa stand in our Candy Cane Lane bench pillow. So this one is so cute. Oh my gosh. And we get to use some fun products with it, but let's start with the basics. So someone told me yesterday that they ordered the fabric kit and they were surprised it didn't have the CD in it. And the fabric kit is just the fabric kit. So I just want to point out again, fabric kit, these are the items that you want. Fabric kit, you need the machine embroidery CD. It just has the CD in it, and on that CD is the PDF of instructions and all the design files that we need. Separate item. And then the embellishment kit. Don't forget your embellishment kit. That will have a lot of the items that we're going to use today, and the fairy lights. And then the thread kit. I love this thread kit. I know that a lot of you have purchased the thread kit just recently and are waiting for it to arrive and from our sponsor, and she's shipping them out as soon as she can. So super cute thread kit, makes it easy to not have to wonder what threads to use. So, and then for your stabilizer, I am using the Kimberbell Light Mesh Cutaway. It's the one with the gold on it. And this is what I'm putting all of my designs in the hoop. So this is the hooped stabilizer. And then the Kimberbell fusible backing, the green one, that is on the back of every single fabric. And there's been a lot of chatter about the stabilizer and how to do it. So just real quick, I do not stabilize my entire piece of fabric that comes. What I do is I cut out my fabric piece that I need for that day, and then I lay it on top of the fusible stabilizer and cut that as well. You can do it however you want. You can definitely, the full piece of fabric that you get, you can put this on the back and then cut. That works totally fine. But you do have some leftover fabrics, and so I figure why not waste it. That's what works for me. So you do what works for you. All right, so I do, like I said, I back the main fabric, the background fabric, and every single applique piece. And you see that it wards off puckers. It makes it so that everything comes out so nice. So that works well for me. And somebody was asking me about how to get to the links in the video description underneath this video. Directly under the video, you just scroll down beyond the video and there's a little bit of information, and then it says see more, and you click on that and there's all the information. Anyway, so click on one of the videos, and so for the Candy Cane Lane video, you can see right here. So here's the video. The video is playing right now. It's telling us what to do on how to make Candy Cane Lane. And then if you scroll down underneath the video, I'm on a computer, but I assume it's pretty similar on a phone. So you can see right here, it says Kristen Creates, and then there's some information. Join in the fun in our group project, blah, blah, blah. And then you click show more, and look at all of this information is here. And if you're on a mobile phone, the video description is right under the video. Next to the title of the video, I've drawn a circle around the drop arrow. Click that and all the links and information you're looking for is right at your fingertips. I hope this helps. So there's links to this, links to our sponsor, links to the needles that I prefer, and our future projects. So the things that we're working on next, there's links in there about that too, so that you can start getting ready for our future projects. So look in the video description. Everything that you could ask for is there. I will also try and add information about the shirts that I wear, because I get a lot of questions about that. Yesterday was the Candy Cane Lane shirt by Designs by Juju. I will make sure and add a link to the video description. I think this one, I don't remember, applique something or other. And I'm trying to wear all my Christmas shirts for you. So I will add information in the video description to try and beat you to all the questions. All right, so today let's talk about the cocoa stand. Oh my gosh, it is so cute. So the cocoa stand today, we are going to start with our background fabric. And like I mentioned yesterday, this is the light gray with white dots, and it's light enough that you can't totally tell which is the front or the back. So just make sure and check carefully before you add your fusible stabilizer, because you want to have it on the back of your fabric so that you've got the gray, light gray with white dots on it. And this is just great. So this one, the size is we're going to start with the size at 8.5 by 10.5 for this, 8.5 by 10.5. And as always, back it with fusible stabilizer. I'm using the Kimberbell backing and it's working great. So that's for our main fabric. And then some applique pieces. So we are going to use our red glitter again from our embellishment kit. You want to make sure to take off the topping, the sticky topping. I decided not to cut this one today because I made a mistake yesterday and needed to use extra, and I want to make sure to have enough. So, but you're going to start with a piece of red glitter that is, where is it? 1.5 by 2.5. So just a small little piece, 1.5 by 2.5 for your red glitter today. And then the cork. Oh, I love this. This is so cute. I made a purse with cork and it was pretty cute. So on your cork piece, it's in your embellishment kit, and the cork, we're going to use a piece that is 4 by 2. So you can see we've got a generous size and we just need a size that is 4 by 2. and it's in your embellishment kit. And you do not want to back this with fusible stabilizer. You don't want to back it with anything. Same with your glitter sheet. Do not back these. They're already ready to go. All right, and then one little fabric applique piece, and it is the brown with lines all over it. And that one we are going to cut to 3.5 by 3, 3.5 by 3. And as always, back it with fusible stabilizer. All right, so those are the products that we're going to need, our supplies for the cocoa stand. And then we also need batting because we are quilting in the hoop. How did it go yesterday? Let me know how it went yesterday when you did the first block. And make sure and share a photo in the comments of that post, because what I'm doing is I'm stealing those photos and I'm putting them on the future tutorials so that it's a group project, right? I want to see everybody's project. So add a picture of your block to the comments and you'll see it on a future tutorial. So anyway, we need our batting today because we are quilting in the hoop. And there's a full tutorial on the very first, on how the very first tutorial always has a much more detailed how to do it. And so watch that one if you haven't started yet. So on our batting today, you always go by the final cut size. So for this cocoa stand, the final cut size of this project is 6.5 by 8.5. So that means we want a piece of batting that is 7 by 9. I always do it a 1/2 inch larger, at least a 1/2 inch larger. It can be any size really, because you're going to trim it down in the hoop, but you want it at least a 1/2 inch larger so that it tacks down, and then we will trim it. So 7 by 9 for your batting. And then let's talk about a couple of things. So like we did yesterday, these blocks are all going to be a 1/4 inch up from the bottom of our fabric. And so I'm using, you saw yesterday, I'm using the basting stitch because we've already got the basting stitch since we're pre-quilting. So you use a tape measure or whatever and go up a 1/4 inch from there, draw a line with a disappearing ink pen, or just feel for your batting. It basically lands at the bottom of your batting. And we went over all of that yesterday, so make sure to watch the first tutorial. So 1/4 inch up from the bottom, all of them, so that none of our blocks are floating. And then let's talk about our quilting. So yesterday we used the Candy Cane Lane quilting, and as I mentioned, you can use any quilting design that you want. I'm going to mix it up. I've gone over what I want to do, and I'm going to mix it up, keep you on your toes a little bit. You can use the Candy Cane Lane bundle for everything. You can use, it's the candy canes and the peppermint all mixed together, and it's such a cute one. And you can do that on every single block for the back of your pillow. That's totally up to you. For my Twilight Boulevard last year, I did a different one on every block, and I like the look of that. And so that's what I'm going to do on this one as well. I'm going to use a lot of the candy cane one, but I'm going to break it up a little bit. So for today, for the cocoa stand, I've decided on Christmas 4. It's the Christmas lights quilting design. And I just thought there's so many lights on this one block on the cocoa stand. It's so cute that I thought the Christmas lights one will be really cute. So I'm going to use that. Use whatever quilting design you want, but you want to make sure to use a size of your quilting design. Let's see, since our final cut size is 6.5 by 8.5, that means we want a quilting design that is 6 by 8. Make sure to use any quilting design you want that's 6 by 8. If you bought the Candy Cane Lane bundle, you can use that on all of the blocks, or you can separate it and make it a little bit fun, in my opinion, and have different ones. So for today, I am going to use the Christmas 4. So when you buy your quilting designs from Kimberbell.com, please use your affiliate link, and there's a link in the video description underneath this video, and that affiliate link will take you to the Kimberbell website, but it also gives a little credit to our sponsor for doing all this work. They have ordered and reordered and getting so many supplies for us and keeping on top of the supplies, because most of us ordered back at the end of August when we first got our sponsor. But a lot of people are finding Kristen Creates more recently, and they just ordered. And so she just keeps ordering more and more. And she's doing such a great job at answering all the questions, shipping all the supplies. So whatever we can do to support our sponsor is just a nice thing, because they're definitely working hard for us. So use that affiliate link, please, to order your quilting designs from Kimberbell. And like I said, we're going to go up a 1/4 inch from the bottom. Everything else is pretty standard, but we will go over every single step. Don't worry, every step of the process will be in this tutorial. So don't forget, share your photos in the Kristen Creates group. I want to see them. Thank you. And don't forget, you need some cocoa while you're working on this today. Hey everyone, so I wanted to show you for today's block, if you're using a 6x10 hoop, then we need to show you how to make it fit in a 6x10 hoop. So since we need a quilting design that is 6x8, if your largest hoop is a 6x10 hoop, then it's not going to fit. The 6x8 design does not fit in a 6x10 hoop. And I know that seems odd, but I'll show you why. So I'm just going to show you using embroidery software so that you can visualize what needs to be done. I'm using Sew Up Pro embroidery software. I'm sure that whatever software you use, the steps should be very similar. So you can see the title bar up here, Sew Up Pro, and then go to File, Open, and open up the quilting design that you're going to use. So I just bought this one just now on the Kimberbell website using our affiliate link. Try to use our affiliate link whenever possible to help our sponsor. So we are going to open up a 6x8, and I'm using Christmas 4. It's the lights, and open up your 6x8 quilting design. All right, so as you can see, it automatically opens up to a 5x7 hoop. So we need to change that. I'm going to change it to a 6x10 hoop, even though it doesn't fit in a 6x10, just so you can see how to do this. So up here at this little hoop button, you click on Adjust Hoop and go to 6x10. All right. It'll give a pop-up in a minute telling us it doesn't fit, help, what do I do? But we're going to tell it to calm down and we'll fix it in a minute. So there was one other thing I wanted to tell you. Oh, so if you have a machine that lets you bypass a step, great. I don't believe that my dream machine lets me do that. So I'm doing it on embroidery software. And so I want to quickly go through the steps. So step 1 is the placement stitch for our batting. And we do that right on our stabilizer, and then you would put your batting down. And then step 2 is the tack down of our batting, so that we would tack that down and then we would trim it. And then number 3 is also on our stabilizer, and that one is the placement stitch for our main fabric. And you can see that it goes outside of the hoop area here. So, and then step 4 is the tack down or basting stitch of that main fabric. And again, it's too large. So, and step 5 is the quilting design. So if I click somewhere outside, you can see, so there's our pop-up telling us it doesn't fit. Do we want to change hoops? We're going to say no, because we're going to fix it. So as you can see up here on the right, it tells us that the design, the 6x8 design, is actually 6.5 by 8.5. And that I just showed you, the reasoning for that is steps 3 and 4, that placement and tack down of our main fabric. So that makes it not fit in a 6x10 hoop. So easy solution. We're going to take out steps 3 and 4 so that it will fit in a 6x10 hoop. If you have a 7x12 hoop or 8x12 or 9x14, you can do this no problem. You don't have to take any steps out. But if your largest hoop is a 6x10, don't let it stop you from doing the quilting, because it's very easy to take out these steps. And Sew It Pro has a free trial that you can use to take out these steps. I think it was from S&S Computing. I think it was like $60. I bought it a few years ago, but it's really embroidery, really easy software to use. And you do need to take out these steps if your largest hoop is 6x10. So to do that, we know that we need to take out steps 3 and 4. So just click on it and then right click and click delete thread. And then again, this one. Right click, delete thread. So now we have step 1, the placement stitch for our batting. Step 2 is the tack down of our batting. And number 3 is our actual quilting design. And now it fits. You can see now we're at 6x8. So this will fit in your 6x10 hoop. And that was an easy fix. So there's one last step, and it's really important. Make sure to do a file save as. Always save as. If you just did save, then you're saving over your original file. And someday you might get a larger hoop, and then you won't have this file. And having that, the placement and especially the tack down or basting stitch, it's a nice to have. It helps to ward off puckers. It helps to keep everything lined up. Your fabric won't move. But if it keeps you from doing this project, then you can easily get rid of it. And all you would do instead is put your fabric down on your batting and tape it in place. Easy to do. So like I said, having steps 3 and 4 is a nice to have, but don't let it keep you from doing this block. So file, save as, and then you just change the name. So I would just click after the original writing and say, no steps 3 and 4. Whatever you want to name it. You could just say adjusted. You could say Kristen told me to do this. It doesn't matter at all, but make sure to save as. Always do a save as. All right, and then you'll have it for any other time. So in fact, there are other blocks that we will need this for the candy cane lane, not candy corn, candy cane lane that we are working on. You will need this again. So if you are using the Christmas 2, I think it was, that we used yesterday, same thing. The process obviously is all the same, and you would save it and then you can use it on all your blocks. I'm changing mine up. I've decided I'm going to do different quilting designs on each block, and I think that's fun. But again, do a save as and you'll be all set for next time. Oh boy, that's even cuter than I expected it to be. Look at how cute these little Christmas lights. Okay, everyone, now that we have the quilting done, I chose these super cute Christmas lights, Christmas 4. Oh, I love that. All right, so next we are going to load our embroidery design. It is the cocoa stand for today. And don't forget that we need to move our design down. So I did a very good tutorial yesterday on how to do that, but I am going to do a quickie today. So I am using this button here to determine where the bottom of the design is. So this little green crosshair in the center there, that shows the center of the whole design, and we want to know where the bottom of the design is. So we press this bottom button on these buttons over here, and then the green crosshair now is down here at the bottom, and you see that it moved our hoop down to the bottom to show where the design is. So if we put our foot down, then we can see that it's going to stitch the very bottom of the design up here. And we don't want it there, we want it down here so that it looks like it's not floating. So this is our basting stitch, and we want to stitch the bottom of the design 1/4 inch up. So as I showed in yesterday's tutorial, you can use a tape measure and measure 1/4 inch and make a little mark there with disappearing ink pen. Or you can just feel, I mean, it's pretty easy. You can feel the batting. You want the design, the bottom of the design to be at the bottom of the batting here, and I can feel it. And it's right where that line is that I made with the water soluble pen. All right, and so since we are too high up, like I said, we're up here and we want to bring it down here. So you always start by going to that button that had the dotted line, and then to these buttons to bring to show where the bottom of the design is. That's where you start. And then we go up to edit, and we're going to move the design. So see this button here in the edit screen, go to move, and we are just going to use these, oops, sorry, I'm just trying to see around the phone. So we are going to use these buttons to move the design actually down, and I'm going to show you here. So when I hit that bottom button, it's actually moving the design down, and you can see it on the screen here as well. When I hit this button, it's bringing the design down. All right, so I'm hitting this bottom button. This is in the edit move category of your machine. All right, and we're still too high, so I'm going to keep hitting that button. Okay. So again, I was using this button, the bottom button, to move the design down. I'm using the edit screen and then the move category. All right. So when I go out of this now, I've already moved it down. So it was edit, move. And when I go out of that screen, then I get this button back. This is that one that shows all around the design. So I'm going to hit that again, and I'm going to go to the middle, and all that's doing is moving the hoop so that I can see where the middle of the design is, where the top of the design is, left, right. So I'm not moving the design here, I'm just moving the hoop so that I can see where it's going to stitch for the bottom of the design. And you can see that we're right over that mark that I made, so we're all good. So I'm going to go back to the center. So again, this is just on the regular screen. Before you start embroidering, you get this button that shows you where everything is going to be on the hoop. But then to actually edit move, you would go up here to edit and then to move, and then the buttons are different. It's these buttons now, and those actually move the design. So I just hit those bottom buttons, got the design down, and now we're all good. And then you just exit out, say okay, and we're ready to start. So don't forget that we don't need this placement stitch, and we don't need the next one, which is the basting box. We don't need either of those. So we're going to bypass those. And to do that, like I showed yesterday, it's this button here, the plus and minus. And then this one to go down to the next thread color is what it's asking us. And then we have that basting box, and we don't need that either because we quilted. So we're going to go down one more, and then we're at the part that we need to start. So easy peasy, and just giving you a visual of how to do it. And like I said, you want your design to the bottom of your design to be at the bottom of your batting, and which is 1/4 inch up from the basting stitch. All right, let's do it. if you could, do you think you would want to have a red house? Well, maybe during Christmas at least. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and we are continuing with the Candy Cane Lane bench pillow. So today we are going to work on the red house. So it is pretty cute. I don't know, would you want to have a red house though? Either way, it's very cute on this pillow. So let's talk about what we're going to need for today. So I want to also mention, you guys are doing so great at sharing your photos. I love seeing them. It makes me really happy. So we have already done the first one, which was Street Lamp 1 with that fun fringe. You guys all rocked it. I know it was a little scary at first, but you did great. So I'm really happy seeing everybody's fringe on their first block. And then for number 2, we did the hot cocoa stand. How fun is that? I love this one. And I'm really glad I chose the lights for the quilting. I'm trying to mix it up on each of them. So for today, like I said, we're going to do red house. And real quick, make sure you've got your CD. I know that there's been some question on how to get the CD. It's in the video description, and I made a little video yesterday on how to find the video description. So there were some questions about that. So make sure to check that out. I'll probably put it at the end of this video also, but video description, underneath the video, there's links to everything that you've been asking questions on. So hopefully that'll help out. And then you also need the embellishment kit. We'll be using quite a few of the supplies from that today. And then, of course, the Candy Cane Lane bench pillow fabric kit. So this is just the fabric kit. It does include the backing for this bench pillow, but it does not include the CD. That's a separate purchase. And then the thread kit, the Candy Cane Lane official thread kit with all the colors that we need for this project. So today, the red house. So we have our regular batting, our background our background fabric. And as always, make sure to back this with fusible stabilizer. It really helps ward off puckers, and there's a lot of stitching on these blocks, so you want to make sure to get your blocks to be successful. So it's the gray fabric with the light white dots, and like I said from the beginning, this one, it would be really easy to not be clear of which is the front or the back because it's pretty close. So check carefully and then use your fusible stabilizer on the back. So this one, we're going to start with our fabric at 8.5 by 10.5, 8.5 by 10.5 for your background fabric. And then for the supplies that we need today, we are going to have, it looks like I didn't grab one of them. For the house itself, it is going to be the red, and we are going to back that with fusible stabilizer as well. This is that silky solid, so a red fabric, and that one is going to be size 4 by 5. And like I said, back it with fusible stabilizer. And then for our roof, I should have made notes of what everything is, but for our roof, it is the pink silky solid. And did you notice our threads in the thread kit exactly match the fabrics that we're going to need? How perfect is that? I love that. All right, so the pink, back it with fusible stabilizer, and that's for the roof. And the roof size is going to be 4.5 by 3.5. So we'll start with our silky solid at 4.5 by 3.5, and we will trim it down after we do our applique piece. All right, and then next we have the porch. So the porch, how cute, again, the pink silky solid, and the size on the porch is going to be 2 by 3.5, 2 by 3.5, and make sure to back that again with fusible stabilizer, 2 by 3.5 in the pink silky solid. And then the door, so the door, how cute, tan with a pink and red house. I think this will be so cute. All right, so the tan is also a silky solid, and for the door, the size is going to be 1.5 by 3. Back it with fusible stabilizer, the tan silky solid, and we have the thread that matches that in our thread kit. And then we have, what is this one for? This is for the windows. So the white houndstooth, for the windows, and this is going to be 3 by 3.5, 3 by 3.5, and it's again the white houndstooth backed with fusible stabilizer. And then we have that white glitter. Oh my gosh, this is so pretty. So don't cut the glitter on your roll. That's for the snow at the bottom of the pillow. There's also a piece in your embellishment kit of this white glitter, and it's for the applique pieces. So this one, we are going to use this for the glitter snow, and we're going to cut it to 2 by 2.5. I haven't cut mine yet, but 2 by 2.5 for the white glitter. And then and as always, don't forget to take off that topping. And then for the red glitter, see this topping, you can see it there. So for the red glitter, we are going to use this one, and we're going to cut it to 2 by 4. Again, I haven't cut mine yet because I'm saving it. But 2 by 4 for the red glitter. And don't back these, never back the glitters. You'll see in the tutorial when we go through the pictures process that you will use your iron to press it for, I think it's 10 to 15 seconds, something like that. All right, and then you are gonna need your white topping, that white embroidery topping. It's that clear, and it's in your embellishment kit. And we are gonna cut this one to, let's see, the topping is 2 by 4, 2 by 4. For the white topping, and it's in your embellishment kit. And then this one, this is the clear vinyl, and I want to point out, you can't really see it very well, and it's in the embellishment kit. Make sure to find it in your embellishment kit because it's white clear, it hides. So for the white, or I'm sorry, for the clear vinyl, it's called Sweetest Candy Vinyl, we're going to cut this to 3 by 3.5 for this glitter. Or not glitter, geez, vinyl. For the white, or not white, clear vinyl. Sweetest Candy clear vinyl, cut it to size 3 by 3.5. All right, and then we are going to need batting because we are quilting in the hoop. How is that quilting in the hoop going? I know some are doing it for the first time, and I'm just loving seeing the pictures. You guys are doing so great. So for our project, our final cut size of this project is 6.5 by 8.5. So that means that we want a piece of batting that's 7 by 9, or at least 7 by 9. I tried to do mine at least a 1/2 inch larger so that it will tack down and we can trim it as part of the process. There's 5 steps in the quilting design, and you'll see we'll go through all that with photos like we have been. So batting 7 by 9. There is a Kimberbell batting. It's called Project Batting. I haven't tried it yet, but I hear it's great and it's the right thickness for this project. I'm using Warm and Natural because that's what I have. Any batting that you have will work fine, but if you've got the Kimberbell one, I hear that that's the perfect thickness for this project. So since we are quilting and we've got our batting, we are going to quilt this design. And I'm using that Christmas 2. It's the one with the candy canes and peppermints. Like I said, I'm mixing it up. I used the candy cane one on the first block, and then I used the lights because there's lots of lights. Look at all the lights on this block. So I decided that the Christmas lights would be a cute one for this. And now I'm going back to the candy cane. So I'm trying to switch it up on every block. So I'm using Christmas 2, and since our final cut size of this project is 6.5 by 8.5, that means that we want our quilting design to be 6 by 8. So 6 by 8, I'm using Christmas 2. You can use any quilting design as long as it's 6 by 8. And as I mentioned before, if you use our affiliate link, then it helps our sponsor. It gives them a little credit for our sponsor, and I made a quick little video on how to do that. It's very simple. If you click on the link, it just takes you right to the Kimberbell site, and then I'll show you on the video how you navigate to it. It's very simple. And like I said, it gives a little credit to our sponsor, and they're working so hard for us. So it's really nice to do what we can after everything they're doing for us. All right, so we've got our batting. As always, we're gonna cut this, or bring this down. We're gonna move the design down to 1/4 inch from the top, or directly on the batting line is really the bottom of the batting tack down line is really where we're aiming for. And I've shown on every video how to get you there, and we just bring that design down in there. So there are many options on how to get the design pulled down to the area that we want it at the bottom of our batting. You can use embroidery software very easily. I use Sew It Pro, and you can bring in the quilting design, excuse my dogs, bring in the quilting design and then bring in the embroidery design for that day for that block, and you just move it down, and you can see it really well on embroidery software, so that's an easy option. The other one is to do it like how I've been showing you on the machine, and you even that there's two different ways. You can start with the embroidery or start with the quilting design, finish all of that, and this is how I've been showing it, and then bring in the embroidery design and manually move it down. And that's super simple, and you can see it really well because of the batting. You can measure the 1/4 inch up from the bottom of the basting stitch, and whatever works. There's lots of ways. And then another one is that you can merge the two files. So you can merge the two on embroidery software, or you can merge them on your machine. You can open up the first quilting design and then bring in the embroidery design and move it down and stitch it all out together. Either way. So I'm trying to do it the simplest way, so that because we do have a lot of newbies doing this pillow, and it's very simple to do. So again, whatever way works for you, there are several options on how to do your quilting and bring down that design so that it is in the right spot. And again, it's just right at the bottom of the batting line. Is the batting tack down stitch is where we want to have the bottom of our embroidery design. And we'll go over all of that with photos and videos. And so we've got all of our products today. Don't forget your batting, and I think we're all ready. So let's go ahead and get stitching. Okay, just like we needed to on the other blocks, we need to bring this design down. So you can see I have started by drawing a line 1/4 inch up from the bottom of the basting stitch, which actually ends up being right at the bottom of the batting line, which you can feel really well here. All right, so that's where we want our design to start. Actually, I'm sorry, that's where we want the end of the design to go. So we're going to go to the embroidery. I'm going to look around my phone here. All right, and we don't need that basting stitch. You could use it if you wanted to line it up against that basting stitch, but it's not necessary, and so I'm going to bypass it. But before we do that, we're going to bring the design down. All right, so you start by loading the design, hit set, and then embroidery. And we will use this button here, the one with the arrow dotted line. You'll have something like that on your machine. I'm using a Brother Dream Machine, sorry. All right, so start from that, and it always starts in the center, and you can see the little green crosshair right there at the center of the design. So we're just going to move it down to show us where the bottom is. So we press this lower button. All right, and now you can see that green crosshair is down at the bottom of the design, and on your fabric you can see that the bottom is here, and yet we want it down here. So we're going to go ahead and easily move that design like we did on the others. So just go to OK, and then up here to Edit and Move. And then we have a different set of buttons. We have these here, And we're just going to use this button down here to move the bottom of the design down. And you can see it. I'll show it over here while I'm pressing that down button. I don't have my glasses on, that would have been helpful. So you can feel the bottom of that batting, or you can eyeball that that line that we created, and you just want it to be right on that line. And that's how easy it is to move the design down. So we're still a little bit too far up. I'm going to bring it down. And it looks like we're right over it now. You can feel that batting, and you can see that we're right over that purple line that I drew with my disappearing ink pen. So I'm going to bring it down one more. All right, so we're all ready to go. Okay, once you have your design exactly where you want it on your fabric, then we're going to come back to the edit screen and close out of that. And then I like to go back to this dotted arrow button and just move it back to the middle position. It's not necessary, your machine will do it for you, but I generally do that. And so you can see we're right back at the middle of the design and the middle of our fabric, which actually isn't really the middle anymore because we brought it down. But anyway, we're all set, and we will have quilting up at the top of our house, and our house will not be floating. It will be right down here at that purple line, and we're all ready to go. Hey everyone, I'm getting a lot of questions of how to order and how to get the affiliate link and all the information that's in the video description. So what I'm learning is a lot of people don't understand underneath the video that there is all the links of everything. So I'm going to just show you real quick how to do that. So I am sharing my screen right now. I'm on Google. So if you were to type in YouTube, and then type in Kristen Creates up at the top. That's how you get to my site. And you can click on here. If you haven't already, make sure to subscribe. I think that the subscribe button usually pops up here. I'm not sure. Anyway, so click on one of the videos. And so for the Candy Cane Lane video, you can see right here. So here's the video. The video is playing right now. It's telling us what to do on how to make Candy Cane Lane. And then if you scroll down underneath the video, I'm on a computer, but I assume it's pretty similar on a phone. So you can see right here, it says Kristen Creates, and then there's some information. Join in the fun in our group project, blah, blah, blah. And then you click show more. And look at all of this information is here. And it has what items are needed to order for the Candy Cane Lane project, and link on joining the Kristen Creates group, and a link on where to order. That one I'm getting asked a lot, and here's the link right there. And how to order from affiliate is right here. What items are needed to do the order or to do the project, how to organize your fabrics, what my favorite needles are. I get that asked a lot. And then what is coming up next. So what our next project is. So in every video that I do, if you just look in the video description, which is, like I said, right under this video, it's a different view for me since I'm the owner of it, but it will be very similar. So let's go out of it again and go back in. So you open up a video, and right there, right where it says Kristen Creates, there's the beginning of the wording that's under the video, and you click show more right here where it says show more. Okay, and you can see here that it has a link to our sponsor right here, and it goes directly to the items in our project. So a very easy clickable link, and it brings you to the Best Friends Quilt, your Best Friends Quilt Shop, our sponsor, and it shows you the fabric kit, the machine embroidery CD, the embellishment kit, and the thread kit. So everything that you need for the project is right there in our video link. So as I said, you just go, let's see if we go back, go into any of the videos, and then scroll down under the video. So here's the video, and then we just scroll down, and it has my name or our group, and you come down to show more right here, show more, and then it's got all the links and all the information that you want to see. I hope this helps. And if you're on a mobile phone, the video description is right under the video. Next to the title of the video, I've drawn a circle around the drop arrow. Click that, and all the links and information you're looking for is right at your fingertips. I hope this helps. Hey everyone, quick little video to show you how to get the embroidery, the quilting designs from Kimberbell's website using our affiliate link. So you can see on this post here that we have the affiliate link for our sponsor. It's highlighted in blue. That means it's a hyperlink. So we are going to click on that, and it'll take us to Kimberbell. And we can't see that it is doing anything to help our sponsor at all. Unfortunately, it doesn't show us that part. But from here, then you go to products, and you can see a bunch shows up. See if we're not on it, and we go to products, and then just come down and over to background quilting and choose the quilting design that you want. I'm going to this one over here, background quilting by holiday, and then click on Christmas and choose the quilting design that you want to add to your cart. So I am going to use the lights one, or I think it's called Christmas 4. So this is the one I'm going to use for my cocoa stand. So you just click add to cart. And again, you can't see that it's doing anything to help out our sponsor, but it does. And then you can go down here to checkout. That went away already. So we're going to move my head out of the way. And up here in the right-hand corner, there's our shopping cart. Click on that and you can go ahead and finalize your order here. So again, it doesn't show that you're helping the sponsor at all. And there's a little extra step to get to the quilting design, but you go ahead and check out from this point and that gives a little credit to our sponsor. So you saw that was really simple. You just click on the link that's in our post and then navigate to products, quilting designs, and to the one that you want and add it to your cart. Simple. Do you love to decorate the Christmas tree? Well, it's time to make one for our bench pillow. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and we are continuing with our Candy Cane Lane bench pillow. So today we get to do the Christmas tree. I'm pretty excited about it. I have my snowman sweater on and it's raining out and it's a really good day to be inside doing embroidery. So that Christmas tree is pretty darn cute. I'm pretty excited about this one. So what we need for today is our gray with white dot fabric and backed with fusible stabilizer, and we want this one to be 8.5 by 10.5. We'll start with it at 8.5 by 10.5. This is our main fabric piece. And then we need our Flexifoam. So a couple things on this. So the size that we want for our Flexifoam is 5.5 by 7. And I've been asked about my needles. So we're going to use Flexifoam today and the cork. I don't have any problems with any issues at all. So I've mentioned this before, I use regular Oregon needles. They're 75 by 11. They are the PD, that's the perfect durability. So when you open them up, they're gold. And they just work so great on my machine. And when I first started embroidery, I had a lot of issues. My machine did not like my needles, and I started using these recommended by my machine dealer and have had no problems. And I've had 3 different machines now over the years and they work great. So 7511 PD, there's a link in the video description of the ones that I buy. So again, Flexifoam, it works great. Cork, it works great. Felt, it works great. So you have to use what works great for your machine, but these have worked for each of mine. So back to the fabrics. So after we do the Flexifoam, then we're going to start laying down the fabrics for our Christmas tree. And we have this green, oh, that's so pretty. Like avocado color, silky solid, and the first one is 5.5 by 3, and as always, back it with fusible stabilizer. Obviously you're not going to back that Flexifoam or our cork, but you do want to back your fabric pieces. So 5.5 by 3 for the first silky solid, and then for the other silky solid, it's another 5.5 by 3 backed with fusible stabilizer. So we need 2 of those, and then this really pretty green floral, and that's also 5.5 by 3 backed with fusible stabilizer. And then and then the same fabric, that green flowers backed with fusible stabilizer, and that one is 3.5 by 3. So this is the top of the tree, and oh, that's gonna be so cute. And then cork. So I haven't already cut mine, but the cork that you need is 2 by 3. So just a small little piece of cork. It's for the trunk of the tree. And then our batting. So for our batting today, our final cut size of this project is 6.5 by 8.5. So we are going to quilt it. We'll go over that in just a second. But for our batting, we want it to be 7 by 9. 7 by 9. And then for our quilting design, we want our quilting design to be 6 by 8. And again, you can use any quilting design that you want in size 6x8. I'm going to use Christmas 3. It's Christmas trees. I think that'll be so cute with this one. So I am using Christmas 3. If you've been using the peppermint one, I think it was Christmas 1 throughout, and you've decided you want one design throughout your bench pillow, that's totally fine. If you've been mixing it up like I am, you can use Christmas 3, or there was a cute one we used the other day. Whatever you want, 6x8 quilting design. And I think that's all we need. Don't forget your pretty threads from your thread kit, the Candy Cane Lane thread kit. These are in stock at our sponsor. Don't forget to check in the video description under this video. There are links to our sponsor, links to the thread kit, all of their supplies, and an affiliate link so that you can order the quilting design from Kimberbell. It's direct from Kimberbell, but when you use the link in the video description for the affiliate link, then it gives a little credit to our sponsor, and they've been working so hard for us. So we've talked about hoop sizes each day. Hopefully you've been watching each of the tutorials. I'm using my 7x12 hoop. I gave a quick tutorial on how to use a 6x10 hoop and still have it fit. And also there's a separate tutorial for those of you that are using a 5x7 hoop. So you've got lots of options, and I think we're all ready. So let's get quilting. Well, tell me, would you prefer a red house or a blue house? Are you team red or team blue? Tell me in the comments. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and we are continuing with the Candy Cane Lane bench pillow. So today we are going to do the blue house. But I have to say, I don't think it can beat out the red house because of the pink. How cute is that? I love it. So tell me, are you team red or team blue? I think this is pretty cute, but I'm excited to see the blue house because it has a lot of teal and mint in it. I think that'll be really pretty. So for our house today, make sure to have your thread kit handy because we have the thread colors that exactly match the Silky Solids. And you can get those from our sponsor. There's a direct link in the video description. So today we are going to start with our gray with white dot fabric backed with fusible stabilizer. And we're going to start with this one at a cut size of 8.5 by 10.5 for our main fabric. And like I said before, this is really light and it's pretty close to the color of our fusible stabilizer. I'm using Kimberbell fusible backing. So just make sure that you've got the right side on this when you prepare your fabric. All right, and then we need this so pretty mint. I love this, it's so pretty. And this is for the actual house, and the size is gonna be 3.5 by 4, cut size 3.5 by 4, backed with fusible stabilizer for the mint look of the house. And then we have the door, and the door is this dark blue, it's really blue. And back it with fusible stabilizer. And this one is going to be size 2 by 3.5 for the door, 2 by 3.5. And then this teal, I love the teal. I love mint and teal together, it's so pretty. So for the teal, backed with fusible stabilizer, this is gonna be for our roof, and we're gonna cut this to 4 by 4, 4 by 4 for this one. And as I said, there is a thread color that exactly matches it. It's so cool. All right, and then for the windows, we have the white houndstooth backed with fusible stabilizer. And this one we're gonna cut to 2.5 by 3.5, 2.5 by 3.5 for the windows. And then we move on to the items out of our embellishment kit. I already took the sticky back off of my white glitter. Don't forget to take the sticky back off. So for the white glitter, we're going to use it for snow, and we're going to use 3 by 2.5. I haven't already cut mine, 3 by 2.5 for your white glitter for the snow. And then for that adorable candy cane, we need our red glitter. Again, take the topping off. It's that sticky topping. I took it off of my whole piece, but I want to make sure you remember. So take off your sticky back topping, and don't back this with fusible stabilizer, just your red glitter for the candy cane. And that one we're going to cut to 2 by 3.5. I haven't already cut mine, 2 by 3.5. And then we need that topping. So it's that white embroidery topping, and it'll be the same size, 2 by 3.5. And we'll just lay that over when we do the white stripe stitching. And then our clear vinyl for the windows. So for the clear vinyl, it's in your embellishment kit. Don't forget to find that. I haven't already cut mine. And it is 2.5 by 3.5 for the clear vinyl, Sweetest Candy clear vinyl. And then our batting. So for our batting today, our final cut size of our project is 6.5 by 8.5. So I always cut my batting a 1/2 inch larger than the final cut size. So that means that we want a piece of batting that is 7 by 9, 7 by 9 for your batting. And if you have the Kimberbell project batting, they say that that one's great. It's got the right loft for these projects. I'm using Warm and Natural because that's what I have available. And that's it for our products. So as far as our quilting, so we are going to quilt it in the hoop like we've done all the other blocks, and you guys are doing so great. I love seeing all the photos. So for this one, as I told you before, I'm going back and forth and mixing mine up a bit. And so this one's got a candy cane on it. I'm going to use the candy cane quilting. So there's that bundle, Candy Cane Lane bundle, which has the candy cane and peppermint quilting design, and then it's also got our border. So you can buy that bundle, or you can buy just the candy cane quilting design, and that is called Christmas 2. And I'm using that one for this blue house block, and it is in size 6x8. Since our final cut size is 6.5 by 8.5, we know that we want a quilting design that is 6x8. So any quilting design, as long as it is 6x8, and I'm using Christmas 2. And that's it. We are going to get stitching and having fun and playing. Let's get our blue house block done, and make sure and share a photo in the comments on the post in the Kristen Creates group so that we can all see all the photos. And if you haven't noticed, I've been sharing them at the end of each tutorial. So get your photos sent in after you finish your block. All right, let's do this. And I get a lot of questions on my shirts. This one is a ragged edge, like a triple bean stitch, I think they call it. I will add a link in the video description. It's a cute little snowman, and I added the words that say merry and cold, and I added the rhinestone bling as well. Very easy to do, and it will be in our shirt tutorial that's coming soon. And that's it. All right. Does a tan house make you think of cookies? Just me? Okay. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and we are continuing with our Candy Cane Lane bench pillow. So I want to show you something. After today, we will have 2 packets left. 2. That means we're really close to the end. And one of those packets is the patchwork border. So we're really jamming along on this. And so today we're going to work on the tan house. And it makes me think of cookies, so I'll give you a little hint of in a little bit of what I'm going to do about cookies. So for the tan house, we need a few things. So as usual, our light gray fabric with white dots on it, back it with fusible stabilizer, and it will start with this at 8.5 by 10.5. And then we also need the light tan. This is that silky solid, and we are going to cut this one to 4 by 5.5. 4 by 5.5. Make sure it's backed with fusible stabilizer. That's our silky solid in tan, and we have a thread color in our thread kit that exactly matches that. And then another silky solid, the red silky solid for our roof, and that one is going to be 4.5 by 3.5, backed with fusible stabilizer. 4.5 by 3.5. And then for the windows, it's that white houndstooth backed with fusible stabilizer, and we're going to cut this one to 3 by 2. 3 by 2. And then the door, cute pink door on a tan house. How cute is that? So for the door, the pink silky solid backed with fusible stabilizer, and that one we're going to cut to 2 by 3.5. 2 by 3.5. And then our snow glitter, white glitter for the snow. I haven't cut mine yet. We're going to start with this one at, where is it? 3.5 by 2. 3.5 by 2 for the white glitter. Do not back this with anything. Just use it as vinyl. And then the red glitter vinyl for the candy cane. And again, I have not cut this one, but we're going to cut this to 2 by 4, 2 by 4 for our candy cane. And then we have the topping when we do the white stripes on the candy cane. So the white topping, and that again is also going to be at 2 by 4. Yeah, 2 by 4, sorry about that. 2 by 4 for the white topping. And then we have our clear vinyl. Can you see that? Clear vinyl, it's in our embroidery or our embellishment kit, and we're going to cut this one to 3 by 2. 3 by 2, and it's for our windows. It'll be on top of our windows. So then we also need our batting because we are quilting in the hoop. And for our batting, we're going to use the size 7 by 9, batting 7 by 9, because we're going to quilt. So our final cut size of this project is 6.5 by 8.5. So that's how we determine the size of the batting, 7 by 9. I always do it a 1/2 inch larger. Any size at least a 1/2 inch larger will work just fine. So for the quilting today, as you know, I've been trying to switch it up a little bit, and I want to use, for mine, I'm going to use Christmas 1. It's the one with the gingerbread on it. And I don't know if you know, but I'm a baker. I love to bake, and gingerbread is my all-time favorite cookie. Favorite, and I like lots of cookies. Gingerbread is my favorite. So I thought this one would be really cute with the tan house. So it's called Christmas 1, and it's got the gingerbreads on it. And since our final cut size is 6.5 by 8.5, that means that we want a quilting design that is 6 by 8. So again, you can use any quilting design as long as it is size 6 by 8. So on the Christmas tree tutorial, I gave information on how you can use embroidery software to merge in a design very easily and bring it down. It's super easy on embroidery software. I've been showing you on every tutorial how to do it on the embroidery machine. And that's super simple too. We've been just making a little mark, and you really don't even need that mark. You can just feel for the bottom of the batting. That works fine. The other option is that you can merge both designs using your embroidery machine. So you've got lots of options on how to make it work for you. And I think that's it. Today I am wearing my Joy to the World shirt, and there's an a tutorial specific to making this shirt that I made with my niece. We both made a Joy to the World shirt. So I will add a link in the video description underneath the video, and I've included a photo of how to find the video description, since that is sometimes confusing. So I think we have everything, so let's go ahead and get stitching. And real quick, I get a lot of questions about those thread boxes. There is a link in the video description. I will add a link, I should say. There is a link in the one that is a tour of my craft room. I did a whole tour of my craft room for you guys, and there is literally like everything that's in my craft room. I have included links on what I got and where I got it. So look for that video. It's a tour of my craft room. It's in Christian Creates, and in that one there's a link of everything. But I do get a lot of questions about those thread storage boxes, and I actually just ordered a few more. They're on sale this week. So check that out in the video description, and see all my stabilizers. Don't forget to sign up for Stabilizer Lab. If you haven't yet, use code KristenCreates10 from My Girlfriend's Quilt Shop. They're doing the Stabilizer Lab, and signups end soon, so make sure and do that. And don't forget that right after we finish Candy Cane Lane, we're going to jump right into a project for the clear blue tiles. So if you haven't already gotten those, you get them from My Girlfriend's Quilt Shop, and the same code, KristenCreates10 from My Girlfriend's Quilt Shop. And we are going to jump right into this. Hopefully, if all goes as planned, we're going to do a project with clear blue tiles. So join me for that. Get your supplies ready, and let's get started. Just a quick reminder on how to move the design down. Start by placing a line. I used a water-soluble pen and measured 1/4 inch up from the basting stitch, or directly on the bottom of the batting, which you can feel here. So then load your design and go to Embroidery. And then we are going to check the placement. So this dotted line arrow around it, and then if you go, see right now it's in the middle of the design, we're gonna click to see where the bottom of the design is, and it just moves to show you where the bottom is. And if you put your foot down, you can see we're a little too high up. We're up here, and we want to be down here, so we easily move it. So go back to the edit screen and edit, and then go to move, and then we get these buttons instead, and these will actually move the design down. So you can see that little green crosshair at the bottom shows us the bottom of our design, but we want the design to move down. So we're just going to use these buttons here, press the bottom one, and it starts moving down. And you would just line it up with that line that you drew on there. That's how easy it is to move the design down. All right, once you get your design directly over that line that you drew, one of the gals in our group reminded me that we have, if you've got a dream machine like I do, we have this button here that will show us a little red dot of placement. I always forget about that, so thank you for that reminder. So if we do that, you can see the purple line and you can make sure that it's right on your, you can see the red dot and you can see if it is directly on your line to make sure that you have proper placement. So I always forget about this button, but it's right here, and that was super simple to do. And it just shows a little red dot to make sure that you're right on that line. So that helps too. All right, once you get your placement where you want it, then you just say okay to exit out of that part. And then I would like to go back to this dotted arrow line. I don't know what it's called. Keep in mind I got my machine during COVID, so I didn't get lessons on it, so I forget some of the things. But anyway, I go to this middle button here and it just brings it up here to the middle of the design. And like I said, you can use that bottom button to make sure that you've got your placement right where you want it. And we're all good to go. Are you ready for the last block on Candy Cane Lane? Let's do it. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and we are finishing with our Candy Cane Lane bench pillow. We're getting very close at least. So I want to point out one thing. We're going to work on the street lamp today, and we did the street lamp 1 for our first block, and we're going to do street lamp 2 for our last block. So I want to point out one important thing real quick. Make sure I've got all your attention. See how all of the house blocks and the cocoa stand and the Christmas tree, see how it's wider? These finished larger, 6.5 by 8.5, and the street lamps finish at 4.5 by 8.5. So I just want to point that out, that they are different, and you need to make sure to pick the right quilting design for this block. So let's go ahead and talk about what we'll need today. So we are going to start with our light gray with white dot fabric, back it with fusible stabilizer, and the size on this one is 6.5 by 10.5. So right there, we know it's already a little bit smaller, because normally for the other blocks in the middle, we were doing 8.5 by 10.5. So this one, make sure it's 6.5 by 10.5 to start with. And like I said, back it with fusible stabilizer. And then the only other item that we need for this block is the gold mylar. There's silver on one side and gold on one side, so make sure to pick the gold side when you put it down. You want the gold right side up. So this one we're going to cut to 2.5 by 1.5, 2.5 by 1.5, and this is in your embellishment kit. And then we need our batting. So our final cut size of this, like I said, is 4.5 by 8.5. So that means that we want a piece of batting that's at least 5 by 9. So 5 by 9 for your batting. And like I've said before, the Kimberbell project batting is supposed to be great for this project. It's the right thickness. So I'm using Warm and Natural though, that's what I have. So street lamp 2. So since we are going to cut it after it's all done at 4.5 by 8.5, that means we want a quilting design that is 4 by 8. 4 by 8 for your quilting design. So those of you that are using a 5 by 7 hoop, you'll do a 4 by 4 and a 4 by 4, and there's a tutorial specifically for you. That street lamp 1, I did a tutorial specific to the 5 by 7 users. So I am doing a different quilting design on this one. Like I've told you before, I've been choosing different ones to mix it up. I think that's fun. So I'm using Christmas 6 in the Kimberbell. You order it online, Kimberbell Direct, and you can use our sponsor for that. Don't forget, you can put in that affiliate link. There's a link in the video description under this video that will link you straight to the Kimberbell website, and it gives a little credit to our sponsor. So Christmas 6 is the one with the bells, the little jingle bells, really, really cute. I think that'll be super fun for the street lamp for our last block for this project. So one other thing I want to point out is when we did the fringe on our wreath, some people chose to use water-soluble thread and others did not. I did not on this one. So what I found is that picture that's in the instructions, and I included it in the first tutorial for the street lamp 1. There's a picture on the Kimberbell instructions that shows really clearly right around here and right around here. So what I've learned is that my machine doesn't show bobbin stitches very much. It's pretty thin and pretty hard to see. Even though I used white with the green fringe, it was pretty hard to see. But honestly, I just trusted that I knew exactly where it is. So you're just making sure not to cut that center, the satin stitching around the center, because that's holding all of the stitches in place. So you just cut around that on the back. You cut the bobbin stitches around that center, not through that center, but around it, and then one more time around further away. And it worked really well. I love how mine came out with the fringe. But a lot of people did the water soluble. So I decided, what the heck, I'll go ahead and give it a try. So I bought some too. I will add a link in the video description of the one that I bought. It was recommended by others and I have not tried it. I don't even know that I will, to be truthful, because it worked really well to do it without. And I have heard some positive and some negative with using water soluble. A lot of people found it a lot easier. So great, you know, if you like the water soluble, go for it. The negatives that I heard is it's sticky, and I also heard, what was the other one? Oh, you have to change your bobbin back and forth. So if you do use water soluble, I do put in the tutorial to change it back. So just make sure to follow that. I did not change mine back and forth. I kept with my regular white bobbin throughout, and that worked fine for me. But I do put in the tutorial when you're supposed to switch it back, because you want to not have water soluble, obviously, on like the satin stitching or anything that you want to stay. So mine is from Superior, I think it was called, and it's called Vanish. And like I said, I don't know that I'll try it. I should, just so that I can see the difference, but I was fine with just cutting regular bobbin stitches. That worked fine for me. So just the most important thing is to make sure to realize that we are using a quilting design that is 4x8, because we've been using 6x8 on all the other ones, or not all, but all except for the street lamp. So I just want to make sure you guys remember not to use the 6x8 quilting design on our last block. You want a 4x8. 4x8 for our second street lamp. And then we will work on the borders after that. And we're getting really close. This has been a really fun one. So I've really enjoyed it. I hope you have too. I love seeing all your photos. Keep sharing them in the comments. That really helps me to find them so that I can share them in the video. All right, let's get started. Oh, and before you ask, yes, I'm wearing another holiday sweater. This one says hot chocolate and sweater weather. I think it's from Hoop Mama Designs, but I will add a link in the video description. And yes, I added some bling to it. And I don't recall where I got the sweater. If it was from Amazon, I'll add a link, but I think it probably was from Fred Meyer or Macy's. So, but anyway, pretty cute, huh? Well, did you do it? Did you get all of your candy cane lane blocks done? All those so cute blocks. So what should we do next? Maybe something with all of these? Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and tell me, did you get them all done? All of those super cute blocks? Well, that means that it's time for us to sew them together, and then we're going to move on and we're going to do the borders. We'll do the inner and the outer borders, so we will need all of these patchwork pieces and that big long teal piece. And so let's go ahead and get started. Okay, so the first thing that you want to do is you take your teal fabric and back it with fusible stabilizer. I'm using the Kimberbell fusible backing, and you want to back your entire piece of teal fabric. You can do it separately or together. I did the whole thing since we're going to use most of it. And then once you have that all fused with backing, then you want to cut it. And we want 2 strips that are 1.5 by 38.5. 1.5 by 38.5. Okay, so now that you have your 2 strips, 1.5 by 38.5, and don't forget they're backed with fusible stabilizer. And like I mentioned, you can do the whole strip like I did, that was in our fabric kit, and use the fusible stabilizer on it that way, or you can wait and cut them first and then add fusible stabilizer, whatever works for you. I found it easier to use the larger piece, but you will have a little extra left over, so totally up to you. But before we can use these 2 teal strips of our inner borders, we first have to sew together all of our blocks. So let's go ahead and start on that. Okay, once we have all of our blocks sewn together, then it says in the directions to iron open this, it says to iron the seams. It doesn't say what way, so I just did mine open. Do what works for you, but I did iron open all of my seams. So once you have it all together in the right order with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, make sure to use a 1/4 inch seam allowance for each block, then everything will fit together right. Then we're going to get our white glitter snow vinyl. So this comes in a big long strip in our embellishment kit, and just like the other glitters, you want to take off that topping before we sew it on. And we are going to sew it with the bottom edge of the snow against the bottom edge of our blocks. So right from one side to the other, it will be a little bit longer than we need. So go ahead and just start on one side at the bottom and sew it all along the bottom. It also says to sew it along the top. You might do a cute little decorative stitch around that. I'm not sure yet. But anyway, get your glitter vinyl out of your embellishment kit and take off the topping. So one other important thing to note is when you're ironing your blocks together, not together, after your blocks are together and you're ironing open your seams, and when you're ironing your glitter, just really watch out for all of the vinyl glitter that is on your windows. Not the glitter, sorry, the vinyl on the windows, the mylar, the leather. We don't want to iron any of those. So make sure to always use a pressing cloth on these decorative items. And let's go ahead and get started with the snow, adding the snow on. That's our next step. Okay, so once you have all of the glitter snow sewn onto the bottom with a 1/4 inch seam allowance, then we are going to use the iron. Don't forget to use a pressing cloth, and we are going to just iron it in place, and then we will do a top stitch all along the top here. So for now, just get it all onto the bottom of your bench pillow at the bottom of the blocks, and then cut off those little edges, the extra. There was a little bit of extra, and then we're going to go ahead and iron it down. That's all so far. Okay, so once that you have your snow sewn on, a couple things on this. I'm not great at sewing. I'm good at embroidery, quilting, not so great with sewing. So I was going to do a cute little decorative stitch at the top of this. I thought snowflakes would be so cute. And I thought about that back and forth motion and trying to keep it on the edge, and decided that's really out of my skill set. So do what works for you. I used just a regular stitch all along the top edge of this, and it worked fine. So that's great. If you can do a cute little snowflake or something fun, go for it, for sure. So once we have this done, then it's time to start on our inner borders. So like I said, our inner borders, you want 2 strips, and they are 1.5 by 38.5. And backed with fusible stabilizer would be pretty important here. And then you're also going to have batting that equals the length. I haven't cut that yet. I'm going to show you a couple ways of doing this. So there is our usual way that we've done for candy corn quilt and Broomhilda and vintage boardwalk for our inner borders. But Kim, the owner of Kimberbell, came out with a new way that helps take away 2 steps. And that's significant, right? Especially when you're doing lots of hoopings. So I'm going to show you that way, and it's really simple. I'm also going to show you how you can merge 2 and do them at the same time. So it will cut the process in half. So that is if you have software, or if you feel comfortable doing it on your machine. I'm not sure that I would personally, but I'm going to use software, and I'm going to show you how to do it on software. It's very easy. You can definitely do each one. Don't worry about merging them, but I am going to merge them and do 2 in one hooping together, and then do the multiple hoopings. But I will show you on software how to do that, and it, like I said, it's super simple. I'm using Sew What Pro software, so let's go ahead and go to the computer. Hey everyone, I'm at my computer now, and like I mentioned, if you choose to merge your 2 pieces of inner borders into one hooping, it's really easy to do on software. So I'm going to show you how. I'm back at the computer now, and as you can see on this title bar up here, I'm using Sew What Pro software. So Sew What Pro is from S&S Computing. I think it was like $65. It's a very good deal I use it for everything. So totally optional. You can do one strip at a time and do multiple hoopings. It doesn't matter, but it will take the time in half, cut the time in half if you do 2 in one hooping. So very easy to do. So you would just go to File, Open. And I bought the design off Kimberbell this morning, and so I've already got it loaded onto my desktop. You would just point to where you've kept your design, and that's easy to do. So on this, I want to show you a little tip here. Every time that I'm going to do a border, I always check the actual size of the quilting. So for instance, this 1 by 10 is not actually 10 inches long. You can see just by clicking on it that it's 9.45 inches. And the 12 inch, if you click on that, it's not 12 inches, it's 11.73. So this is really helpful information to choose which design to use and how to fill up the entire length of the inner border. So as I mentioned, this is cut to 38.5, and we're going to have a 1/4 inch seam allowance on each end. So that means that we want 38 inches of quilting, or as close to that as we can get. And generally you start like the biggest hoop, and then toward the end you measure and see how much more quilting that you need at the end, and then you adjust the size. You use a different size for that last piece. and that works great. The other thing is you can let it run off the edge onto the stabilizer and not worry about that because it's going to go into the seam allowance. So whatever works. But having the size information is really, really helpful. So like this 14 inch, if you used a 9x14 hoop, it's 13.98, which is really close to 14. So anyway, so here's what I did. So if you have 38 inches and say that you're going to use your 12-inch hoop, all right, you could fit both of yours easily in a 7x12 or an 8x12 hoop if you have that hoop size. So say that I'm going to do that. Well, I know it's 11.73, so I would take the 38 inches and divide it by 11.73, and I get 3 and something. So I could do it in 3 hoopings, but here's the deal. So if I did 3 hoopings at 11.73, then my total is 35.19. So I'm going to have 35.19 inches quilted of the 38 that I need. So I'm off by about 3 inches, which is pretty substantial. And there isn't a 3-inch size. Like I said, you could do the 1x7 and just have the extra 4 inches run off of the side onto your stabilizer, and that works totally fine. Or you can try and get something a little bit closer. So if I did the 1x10 using my 6x10 hoop, and at a 1x10, we know that it is 1x10. We know that the actual size is 9.45. The length is 9.45. So again, I would take my 38 inches and divide it by 9.45, and then I get 4, and so 4 times 9.45 is 37.8. How close is that? Like, I'll be doing that. So again, it depends on what hoop sizes that you have available. It depends on, sorry, I'm getting a call. It depends on the quilting size that you're going to use. And like I said, you can use multiple sizes because you're going to rehoop anyway, so it doesn't matter, but you just want to use a little bit of math to figure out what works best for you. So like I said, I'm going to use my 6x10 hoop. Sorry about the phone. 6x10 hoop, and I'm going to do 4 hoopings, and at 37.8, I'm super satisfied with that. That will be really close. In fact, you want to make sure to get them lined up really close, since it is such a close, so close to our overall size. And I'm going to show you how to do that. It's super easy. All right, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do the 6x10. So what I would do is I'd click on that. You can see I've got it here, 1x10 border Christmas 2. That's the one I'm using. And you can use any of the borders. So it will automatically open to a 5x7 hoop. It thinks you're going to use a 5x7 hoop even though your size of quilting is a 10-inch. So we just go up to this button up here, adjust hoop size, and we're going to choose our 6x10 hoop and click OK. All right, and then you can use the shift button and the little scroll button on your mouse to zoom out, or there's a button down here that you can use to zoom out. So once you have that, we're going to just take this and move it over. It's very easy to do. You're just clicking on the whole thing, moving it over. All right, so now we've got that, and it's steps 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So a little tip on this, I'll show you in a minute. So right now, click outside, anywhere outside the box or outside from, just to deselect this first design. And then we're going to go to File, Merge, and we're going to bring that same one in again, another 1x10. And again, it'll go right to the middle, but we're going to bring it over here. And look how easy that was. So you can see I put them on the edge just so that I have room. I don't have to worry about them overlapping or getting in the way. So we could be done here. Easy to do. But what it'll do is it will stitch this whole first one, and then it will stitch this whole second one. So it's better, if you can, to merge them so that it's doing each of the steps together. And you can see that Kimberbell has them color coded. The first one is always our placement stitch for the batting. Number 2 is the tack down of our batting, and then we would trim. And then number 3 is the placement for the main fabric, and number 4 is the tack down or basting stitch of the main fabric, and number 5 is our quilting. And then the next steps are the same thing but for this one. So what I would do, it's so easy. If you click on one, click the shift key and move it up, you can see that now we have 1 and 2 are both our placement for our batting. All right, so we're just matching them up with the color that's already there. So we know that number 2 is our tack down of our batting, and number 7 is the same. So we would click shift and move it up, and I just put them together. So now we have number 3 and number 4 are doing the same purpose. And then we're back to our placement of our main fabric, which is that blue one. So it's blue number 5 and blue number 8. So click on number 8, hit shift, and with your mouse move it up. All right, and then the same thing for number 7 and number 9. We're going to click on number 9 and easily move it up. So there, now we have them all together. You can see that number 9 and number 10 are both the actual quilting design for this, and that we want those together. There's one more step that we can do though. If we actually merge these together, edit, we would go to edit, join threads, join all adjacent threads of the same color. See, that's why we looped them together or lumped them together. So we're going to hit OK. And now we only have 5 steps. And number 1 does both of the placement for the batting, and number 2 does both of the tack down of the batting. Number 3 does both of the placement for the main fabric, and number 4 does the tack down or basting stitch for both of the strips, and number 5 is our quilting design. So that's super easy, and I'm going to go ahead and leave this here. I'm going to show you a little workaround, and so you could actually take away 2 of the steps while you're here in software, but I'm going to leave them in just for those people that are not going to use embroidery software. So I'll show you what to bypass and what not to. So right here, this is the most important part. I want to make sure to point out, you need to do a save as. If you just hit save right now, it is going to save over the file that you first brought in, which is that 1x10. So anytime you try to use a 1x10 of your border, it would be this. It would be the double. And that you might want that. But in my opinion, it's much better to always do a save as, so you have that option later. So you would go to File, Save As, and then just give it a name. So I'm just going to, at the end of what it's already saying, I'm going to write double. It's double. We can spell. Oops, I'm doing it twice. All right, double. So you can name it whatever. Kristen made me do this. Here's my double of 1x10s, whatever you want to call it, but just do a save as, and that creates it so that you have, so look, if I were to open another file, you can see here's my double. Here's my regular 1x10 and here's my double, and that just makes it so that I can always use these files again in whatever way. All right, and then we're done. So then you would load it to your USB stick, bring it over to your machine, and you're good to go. And like I said, this is not a requirement. This is a nice to have. You can certainly do each one separately, and that's perfectly fine. But if you want to save on steps, then here's a quick and easy way to do that. All right, that's it. Okay, I know there's some newbies doing this one that haven't quilted borders before. Don't worry, it's easy, I promise. So a couple things. Like I said, back your inner borders with fusible stabilizer. I am using Kimberbell's fusible backing. And then in my hoop, like I mentioned, I am going to use my 6x10 hoop, and I am using Kimberbell's light mesh cutaway in my hoop. And then for your quilting, you want to choose your thread. I've gone back and forth on light gray and white. I've decided on light gray for the inner borders. So I'm using this Floriani PF 434. If you did candy corn quilt with me, there is a nice light gray in that. It is Coin. It's called Coin by Glide. So whatever you choose, the white that is in our Candy Cane Lane thread kit would be great for this as well. I've decided, since I used the light gray on all of my background blocks, I'm going to do it on this inner border, but I'm thinking about using white for my outer border. Haven't decided for sure yet, but anyway, let's get started now. Like I said, I'm doing 2-in-1 hooping. You do not have to do that, but I'm going to show you the process, which will be the same whether you're doing 1 or 2. All right, let's get started. Okay, let's talk batting. So Kimberbell has a project batting that is the perfect loft. I don't have that here. I haven't tried it, but I'm sure it's great. I'm using Warm and Natural. So here's the thing. If you are using the previous method of quilting that we did on all of our previous quilts, then you would cut your batting to about 1.5 or 2 inches by the length of the design that you've chosen. So like 2 by 10 or 1.5 by 10, something like that. But we're going to try something different today. So like I said, Kim showed this in one of her recent videos. And so I'm going to try that out. And so if you're doing it this way, then you want to cut your batting to 1 inch, like the exact width of the quilting. So 1 inch by 38 inches, 1 inch by 38 inches for your batting. And then we are going to line it up just right. And we're going to go ahead and put it on before we start. So you're going to want your 1/4 inch seam allowance. You can see the 1/4 inch seam allowance on each side. And you want to line up this batting. So personally, I'm not a fan of that sticky spray. I think it just gets everywhere and I'm not a fan. So I don't have that here. So I bought some stick glue. Use the spray. A lot of people really like the spray. Go for it. Or the glue, or hold it, watch it really closely. Either way, we're going to babysit it, so it really doesn't matter. But bottom line is you want to start with it already kind of adhered to this in the right position, and then I'll show you what comes next. Okay, so here's our chance to really get this lined up right. So don't rush through it. Like I said, if you're using spray, you could spray it on here, spray it on your batting. I'm not absolutely sure how that works because I don't use that. I bought this Elmer's glue. It's purple. I didn't know that, but it's just spraying ink. It's not a problem. So I am just doing a very small, very light layer of the glue stick. And then I am very carefully placing my batting, making sure that it's straight and making sure that I have equal or as close to equal on each side as I can. And then I am laying this down. All right, so you can see it's a very small amount of glue. I could easily pull it up, but you can see that this is your chance to get your batting lined up right so that you don't have batting in your seam. So you have your 1/4 inch seam allowance. All right, and this is for that new technique I told you about that Cam showed us just recently. So we're gonna give that a try. And to do that, we have our batting in place to start. One other thing is, remember I said that you want this batting to be 38 inches long. That's really important. If you can see here, it is not as long as the strip. All right, I have all this extra on the strip, and that's because our strip is longer than 38 inches. Mine's, I don't know, more like 40 or so. So, and that's okay, because then if you have any runoff of the quilting, it can run off without batting. So we just want to make sure that the batting is the right size. And before you ask, I haven't done this before. I haven't done the gluing before. I haven't done this style of quilting where we're going to bypass the first 2 steps and get our batting exactly right. But I think it's a good opportunity to try it, and I think it's really important to get our batting the right location. And as far as how the glue stick works versus the spray, I don't know. Like I said, I haven't done this before, but I'm assuming it's going to gunk up the needle less, and that's my hope. And we'll see. Okay, I'm on the last bit here, and like I mentioned, mine is purple. It says that it goes on purple and dries clear, so that's all good. That should be just fine. All right, and then we are ready to get started. Okay, now as Kim showed in her video, we are going to bypass the first 2 steps. We've never done that before. This is our first time with our group. So we are going to click on your quilting design, click set, and then we are going to bypass the first two steps. After you click embroidery, it shows you that the first step is the placement stitch of our batting, and then the second is the tack down of the batting. We're going to bypass those because we already have our batting attached to our strips. So to bypass, I've shown you lots of times in lots of videos, you probably are sick of seeing it, but just in case, we go to this little up, down, plus, negative button, and then the down button. That skips the first one, and then we're going to skip the second one as well. All right, so now we are at the basting stitch, I'm sorry, the placement stitch of our main fabric. So we're going to go ahead and stitch that. I'm using a light thread and mesh cutaway, so it'll be hard to see, but you know the general idea. Okay, as you can see, hopefully you can see, light thread, but we have our placement stitch for our two strips that we have done. So we are going to take those strips and we are going to line them up within both of those two boxes. All right, we're gonna, so if you did two, let me grab my Kimberbell tape. If you did two strips, then you'll see both boxes. But if you're just doing one, it would be right in the middle of your hoop, and that is perfectly fine. And I am going to get it right in that box, and I'm going to tape just a tiny bit to hold it down. This would be a lot easier if you remove the hoop first, which I am going to do, and tape it in place. Hold on. Okay, so I put a little piece of tape up at the top, and then I also put tape across the bottom because you can see that the box ends here. It's not going to go over that tape. And then, like I said, I'm doing 2-in-1 hooping, so I would just do the same to the second one. And you just really want to get it lined up just right within that the placement box that they've given us. All right, so once those are all ready, you're going to put your hoop back in, and it's going to do a basting stitch of both of these down the sides. Make sure you don't have any little bubbles. Okay, hopefully you can see we have a nice basting stitch along the edge of both of our strips, and now it's going to do the quilting. Okay, we have our quilting on both strips done. So pretty and so cute. My machine was crazy fast. Is your machine that fast? I'm just kidding. I sped it up in video editing. All right, so now we're going to remove the tape, remove the stabilizer, and re-hoop, and I'll show you the tip on that. Okay, remove all your stabilizer, and then look at how perfectly these are. So we've got our 1/4 inch seam allowance on each side. This is all really good. So one thing that I would do differently is on the tops, on the beginning, I would leave a little extra, because I think we're probably going to need a 1/4 inch seam allowance. It doesn't say that. I haven't read ahead, I guess. But I would think we need a 1/4 inch seam allowance. So I did put mine down just a tiny bit. I don't know if you can see that. So as long as the batting's not there, it doesn't matter. But you can see my first little leaf. I should have, I think, put this above the that first placement box. That's one thing I would do differently, is move this up just a bit, but since my batting's not in the seam, it really doesn't matter at all, and that part's just going to go into the seam allowance, so it literally doesn't matter at all. All right, so now here's the key. When we are going to do the placement stitch for the second hooping, and you can see on your strip where your stabilizer ends, and we're going to use that to line up. So even though the batting continues throughout, you can still see that little bit of space. See right there where the stabilizer ends? That's what we're going to use to line up our second hooping, so that it all just flows very nicely. All right, let's go ahead and start on our second hooping. Okay, once we have our first two strips done and the stabilizer taken off, the extra stabilizer taken off, then we're going to run through that process again. Now, don't forget that we're going to bypass those first two steps, because we don't need them. We have our batting already attached. So we are just going to go to that plus minus and then go down and down. And we're going to be on step number 3. Okay, once you have the first two placement stitches for each of the strips, or one if you're doing one strip at a time, you're gonna, in the directions, it tells you in the, what is it, the quilting design directions, it tells you to roll a piece of tape, and you're gonna put it at the top here. You can definitely do that. It will help hold down the area that we've already quilted. Since we've already quilted it, another option is just to put a larger piece of tape across the top. So I'll show you both ways. So this is the important thing though, and I recommend taking this off and putting it on a flat surface to get it lined up right. You are going to line up from the previous stabilizer, from the previous hooping, you're going to line that up with the top of the next hooping. So I'm probably going to do it just to show you, and then take it off the machine so I can line it up just right. But you can see I've got it pushed back here, and there's my excess stabilizer right there, and I'm just going to line that up with the top of the placement stitch, and then I'm going to fold that back. And since I have that little piece of tape there, it's going to hold it in place enough for me to get it lined up just right within that basting box. So there's my basting box, and I want to just get the whole thing lined up just right. And you could put another piece of tape, that rolled tape, down there at the bottom, or you can just put it a larger piece at the bottom, because it's not going to quilt down there anyway. So like I said, you could do that rolled tape up at the top there. It will hold just fine. Or the other option is to get it lined up just right where you want it, and then lay a larger piece of tape across this top part that's already quilted. Sorry, probably can't see that. Along here, along the top part that's already quilted, because it's not going to go up there. So let me make sure I've got this all lined up just right, and then I'll come back. Okay, so as you can see, I have it lined up within the placement stitch on both strips. You just really want to make sure that that's just right. Don't rush through this part. And then you can do that rolled tape at the bottom and the top and the bottom if you prefer, or just a piece of tape over the part that's not going to be quilted anyway. You can see from your placement stitch box where the quilting is going to be, so you know it's not going to go up there. So either way works, but get your strips lined up just right within that stitch box. I don't know if you can see that, it's under there, but just get it lined up just right. And then we're going to run through steps 4 and 5, which is the tack down, basting stitch, and the actual quilting. Now don't forget, when you're putting this back in your machine, you want to be absolutely sure that the strips, the extra strips from the bottom and from the top, are not underneath your hoop. You want to make sure that those are all clear, and then we're ready to go. Okay, now we have the basting stitch holding both of those in place, and you can see it lines up right with our previous quilting, so it's going to be great. All right, and then we're going to run the last stitch, which is the quilting design. Okay, and that's done, and wow. You can't even see where one quilting design stops and one begins. It is just seamless. They are absolutely perfectly placed. So we're going to do that again 2 more times. Oh, there, now you can see. Look at that. I mean, it literally does not show where one started and one started. So anyway, now we're going to do that 2 more times for a total of 4 hoopings. If you're doing it twice, then it would be 8 hoopings. So 4 hoopings per strip, if depending on your hoop size and if you're using the same math method that I did as far as figuring out what fit well in the hoops. So let's get going. Okay, step number 3, and I just want to give you a quick reminder to bypass those first 2 steps so that you're starting on number 3. All right, same thing as before, run the placement stitch, put down your strips and line it up just right within that placement stitch, and then tape it down and run the quilting design. All right, remember at the very beginning I said that if it were me and I weren't following the directions exactly, that instead of putting the top of the strip into the box, I would put it over the top just a little bit so that there'd be a little bit of room. And it doesn't matter because my batting had a little bit of room, but that's what I would have done and would recommend. And it's funny that I said that because if I had done that, my quilting would have been exact. Like just a little, look at, I've got like 1/8 of an inch that won't be quilted, and that is perfectly fine. What I'll probably end up doing is cutting off that batting because this is the strip that's all quilted, and this is extra. So I didn't remember, I said that it's 1.5 by 38.5, and I hadn't cut mine down. This is just the strip that was in our fabric kit. So it actually will be right about there that will finish. I'm sorry, not there. That's I had it, there it is. So right about there. So I'll have my 1/4 inch. So I'm going to go ahead and just cut that tiny little bit of batting out of the way, and then I've got a little bit more than 1/4 inch. And like I said, if I had centered it where I had brought this down a little bit, so you can see that the quilting started right at the top because I was at the inside of that box, and if I had just put the fabric over the box just a little to the left of the box, then it would have not been right at the top there. So anyway, this worked out so perfectly. So look at how fun is that. Got quilting all the way down. It was 4 hoopings doing 2 strips, and they came out just perfectly. And we've got our batting right where it's supposed to be, and our 1/4 inch seam allowance all the way. and we didn't have to on off with the hoop and trim the batting. We started with the batting at exactly the size that we needed. And that was a really great suggestion that Kim had, that she came up with a new way of doing it, and it worked so perfectly. And golly, you just really can't even see where one quilting design starts and where one ends. You can see on the back because the stabilizer ends, but on the front, look at that. It's just seamless where it starts, where it ends. You can't tell. So we're done. That's the inner borders. So now we are just going to sew these on with a 1/4 inch seam allowance on the top and the bottom, and we are done with our inner borders. Okay, one more little tip. So on our inner borders, there's that basting stitch on the top and the bottom. If you don't take those out, make sure that you're sewing with a full 1/4 inch seam allowance, or you'll see those little basting stitches. Ask me how I know. So I redid mine a little bit in the parts where I could see a little bit of the basting stitches in here. So totally up to you whether you leave them in or take them out, but if you do leave them in, just make sure that when you're sewing it together that you're all full 1/4 inch seam allowance, maybe even the tiniest bit over that, just to make sure that that basting stitch isn't showing on the outside. That's all. Or just take the basting stitches out. You can see I took a few out on the next part, but totally optional, just that small little tip. All right, so sew the top and bottom. I've only got the top on so far, but both of these, and then you're done with your inner borders. And there we have it. I can't wait to see yours. And my shirt today is by Itch to Stitch. Super cute little gingerbread boy and girl in love. So don't forget to share photos of your project in the Kristen Creates group. And I look forward to seeing them and sharing them in the next tutorial. Did you quilt your inner borders? Did you use that new technique? What'd you think? Did you like it? Ready to do it again? Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and yesterday we did the inner borders with that brand new technique that Kim showed us, and so we're going to do it again. We're going to do it on the outer borders this time. So real quick, to start with these, we want these all cut out to 3.5 by 4 3/4. So 3.5 by 4.75 for each of these patchwork border pieces. There's 18 in all, if I recall correctly. So we are going to sew these all together. And I did back each of mine with fusible stabilizer. Like I said, I'm using the Kimberbell fusible backing. And let me show you real quick. So the fusible backing is that light green one. And then I'm in my hoop, I'm using the mesh cutaway, light mesh cutaway. So those are the stabilizers I'm using for the borders. And like I said, get your patchwork borders ready and we will sew those together and start quilting them. Same technique as yesterday. So real quick though, before we jump into that, I received a box yesterday. So I thought we'd do a quick little unboxing. This is from my girlfriend's quilt shop. And as you know, after we finish Candy Cane Lane, we are gonna jump into a project with clear blue tiles. I'm very excited about these. I know very little about them and am super excited to give them a try. So this will be really fun for us to do. Gotta remember how to open the box. There's a little magnet on the side. If you get yours and you haven't figured it out, there's a little magnet on the side and you open it up from there. So clear blue tiles, very excited for our project with these. I have the essential set, which you have to be able to use the clear blue tiles. And then I also have the expansion set for the larger hoops. So these will be really fun. So I'm assuming this has something to do with that since that's our next project. So I've already cut it open, but I haven't peeked. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Okay, so I asked my girlfriend's quilt shop to make us a kit, a fabric kit for our clear blue tiles project. We're going to do that placemat that is part of the design, that it's on the USB stick. And so I asked them to make a fabric kit for us because I know you guys all love fabric kits. So I thought that would be really fun. So they sent me one too. How nice is that? So this is the winter bundle. And I think both of them sold out immediately, but they're back in stock. So if you tried at the end of last week when I sent out the links, try again. They're really cute. Oh, I love this. Lots of blues, some red, looks like maybe a little gray, mostly blues. This is really cute. So I'm gonna make the winter one. There's also a Christmas set. And there's a link in the video description under this video, and there's also a link in our group, in the Kristen Creates group, with both kits and also the clear blue tiles. So, oh, they also sent me this fusible peel and stick. I haven't tried this before. I know very little about it, but I did see that it's in the clear blue tiles description as something that we need, but it turns out that that's an error. So Chris let us know. Chris is the owner of my girlfriend's quilt shop, and that's an error on the instructions, that we don't actually use this. We just use the regular stabilizer and the batting. So look at this. Oh my goodness. I've been wanting to try out this batting for so long. So this is the Kimberbell Project batting. It's got the green label on it, and I keep hearing how great it is and how it's the perfect loft for our projects. And you can see this, it looks like it's going to be really nice. Maybe I'll try it on our patchwork borders actually, since I haven't tried this before. So the things that you want, like I said, you want the clear blue tiles and then the project batting. And then if you want a fabric kit, they made one special for us. There's two actually. There's this winter one, which is mostly blues. And then there's a Christmas one specific. And some of the Christmas fabrics are from the Jingle All the Way kit that are They were re-released and then they're not going to be again. So if you want that, grab it quick. So very fun. Thank you, My Girlfriend's Quilt Shop, for those items. So we're going to go ahead and start on our borders. We're doing the outer borders today. And like I said, you want to cut these to 3.5 by 4 3/4. And I backed mine with fusible stabilizer. I'm big on not wanting puckers. So I haven't decided yet, but I may use the white that's from our Candy Cane Lane kit, or another option is the light gray. If you did Candy Corn Quilt Shop with me, that pretty quilt, there is a nice gray in that kit that you could use for your quilting design. Either one. I am using Winter 2 border, and you get that direct from Kimberbell using our affiliate link that is in the video description. And because our project for Candy Cane Lane is sponsored by Your Best Friend's Quilt Shop, so we're trying to, all of the products that we need for the Candy Cane Lane bench pillow, we're getting from Your Best Friend's Quilt Shop. And like I mentioned yesterday, I used glue, and this worked really well. I was surprised how well it worked. So most people use that spray. I'm personally not a fan of this spray. I don't like it messy, and I don't like it gunking up my needle, and this did nothing of that. It worked super well. And mine, like I mentioned yesterday, is purple. I didn't know that when I bought it, but it worked out really well. So the purple, you put it on purple, and then when it dries, it's clear, and it didn't affect the quilting at all. You could take it right off. It was very lightly glued, so that worked really well. So like I did yesterday, I am going to merge 2 of the strips together into one hooping, and I'll go over that and what sizes I've decided on. There's a few options depending on what hoops that you have and how many hoopings you want to do, and if you want to do single or double, the outcome all works out the same, so it doesn't matter at all. But for now, get all of your patchwork border pieces ready, and we're going to sew them together with a 1/4 inch seam allowance. Let's get started. One thing I forgot to mention yesterday, if you are a user of 5 by 7 hoop, if your largest hoop is a 5 by 7, really easy. You are going to do 6 hoopings of 3 by 7 for this one. For yesterday's, you would do 6 hoopings of 1 by 7 for the inner borders. For the outer borders, you're going to use 3 inches by 7, which actually totals out to 41.82. So it'll be a little bit longer, but all that means is on your last hooping, you would just let it run off onto the stabilizer. Really easy. Or hit stop on your machine and tie it off and be done. Either way works totally fine. But you will want to do 6 hoopings of the 7 inch for your 5 by 7 hoop, and that's it. And before you ask, my shirt today, this design is by So Cute Appliques, and it's honestly one of my favorites. I used Minky for the Snowbeard and Buffalo Plaid, and added the words believe. And the shirt is from Fred Meyer, my local Fred Meyer. I got it at least a year or 2 ago, and it's one of my favorites. It's got this cute hood, and it's lined. It's super cute. So anyway, find a cute shirt, get a cute design, and make your shirt, because now we have that tutorial, you know. Don't forget, we need to first piece these all together and sew them into one long strip. Well, that was easy. All right, so one thing is you want to make sure to get them in the right order. So personally, I really like it when they're not the same top and bottom, and that's how Kimberbell has it in the directions is different, so that I like that. To me, when it's more patchwork when they're different top and bottom, right? They're not going to match up, so I think that's pretty cute. So this is the direction that you want them to be in. There's the first one, and then the second one. All right. So it says to press the seams after. It doesn't say which way, so I just did them open. I pressed my seams open when I was done. Now, one thing to note is it's going to be a little bit longer than your bench pillow. If you add it up, it adds up to, I think, a 1/2 inch larger, not with even with the seam allowance. So, so just be prepared. You can see it'll be a little bit bigger. So plan on cutting probably 1/8 of an inch, but what we want to do first is quilt it first, and then we're going to start from the middle of the bench pillow and sew out, rather than starting on one end and having one of our patchwork blocks be quite a bit shorter. It'll be cuter if we put it in the middle and sew out. And then we'll just trim off the excess. If you used fusible stabilizer on the back like I did, then it's very likely not to pull with the quilting, and so we really will have to trim it just a bit. My guess is 1/8 of an inch on each side. If you add up the math, it works out to be 1/8 of an inch on each side that we'll need to trim. So we'll know more about that after we're done with our quilting. So we've got our 2 strips all ready, so let's go ahead and so it's time to get started with our quilting. Okay, let's talk batting real quick. I was going to use my new Kimberbell project batting and decided I should just keep with the same batting that I'm using throughout the project so that there isn't any change. So I'm saving it for my clear blue tiles that we're doing right after we finish Candy Cane Lane. So as far as batting, this is key. You want to cut it to the exact size that we need it. You don't want any extra, because then that extra will be what goes into our seams. So we want it 3 inches wide by 38 inches long. Very important to get these exactly right, as close to right as you can. 3 inches wide by 38 inches long, and you want 2 strips. And then we are going to attach them to the back of our patchwork border. So you can, like I said yesterday, you can use that spray. A lot of people really like the spray and they have it available. Go for that. I'm not a fan of this spray. I think it gunks up the needle, makes it more likely to break, and it's very messy, and I'm not a messy gal. I like things very clean and organized. So I bought this glue stick, and that's what I'm going to use. If you saw yesterday, I just put a very thin layer on it, and it's purple. Mine is purple. It doesn't need to be purple, but mine's purple, and it dries clear. So it made it so that I could see where I was putting it, and it worked really, really well, surprisingly well. I hadn't used that before, so I was a little nervous, but it was great. So again, very thin layer, just enough to hold it in place. You're going to babysit it once it's on the machine anyway, so it really doesn't matter, but just a very thin layer of the glue. Let's move you over here so you can hopefully see a little better. There we go, that's better. All right, and then just get your glue stick or your spray, whatever you're using, ready. So one thing I'm going to do differently is I am going to not have, well, so yesterday I put the batting just under, instead of when we put this in the placement box I mentioned yesterday, I'm going to have a little extra over. I'm not going to put it right in that placement box. And you do you, whatever works for you, especially those that are using the 5x7 hoop. Yours is going to be a little longer anyway, so that will be totally fine. But you just want to make sure that your batting isn't right at the seam, because we're going to sew these together. All right, so purple glue, here we come. Just a very thin, very small bit. I'm putting it right on my batting. You can do it right on, I think yesterday I did it on, yeah, I did it on the border. Either one is going to work just fine. I think I'll switch to doing it on the border just so I can see where I'm going to place it better. But spray or glue, whatever works. And like I said, this is the part that you want to line up really, really well, and make sure that it's straight. So don't totally rush through it, because this is what is going to give us our 1/4 inch seam allowance. So You can see here, you want your 1/4 inch seam allowance on both sides. So you just really want to place your batting really well and just continue along those lines. And like I said, you can do it on the batting or on the border. Either way is going to be totally fine, and just a little bit works just fine. It's just enough to kind of hold it in place, and we're going to watch it closely anyway, so it really doesn't matter. All right, get your batting attached onto your borders. And again, this is just if you're doing that new technique that we did yesterday that Kim showed on one of her recent videos. And it is just going to bypass those first 2 steps, and we're going to just have this ready to go. So if you're using the techniques that we did for Candy Corn Lane or for Broomhilda or Vintage Boardwalk, then you won't be bypassing those first 2 steps, and you would just take the hoop off and trim it. But we're gonna bypass those first 2 steps. Why not? Save some time. Okay, since we know that our strip is a little bit longer than we need it to be, I decided on my second one that I'm starting the glue process in the middle, and I'm folding my batting in half and starting from the middle and working my way out instead of from one side to the other, just to make sure that it's really even, and both strips are going to have batting all along the way. All right, so you can see here, I've decided I'm going to start from the middle and then do the glue out from there so that it will match all the way. And here's why. So you can see I have a tiny bit of, well, like a 1/4 inch there, and then more on this side. And so I just want to make sure that it's evened out. So start your glue from the middle, or your spray, whatever, and then attach your batting on that way. Making sure to get your 1/4 inch seam allowance on both sides. Okay, so working from the middle was definitely the way to go. So here's one side and the other side. So versus on the first one that I did, there's just a little bit and then more. So work from the middle out, and then you've got the right amount, because remember, we are very likely going to trim off a little bit from each end. All right, so now both of our strips are ready to be quilted. So let's get started. Hey everyone, so I'm at my computer now, and we went over this yesterday, but since I need to make myself a file anyway, I'm going to go over it again for you. So real quick on the math, you can do, depending on your hoop size, you can do 2 hoopings of 14 inch and 1 hooping of 10 inch for a total of 37.41. That would work great, and you'd only have 3 hoopings. Or you can do 2 hoopings of 12 inch and 1 hooping of 14 inch for a total of 37.44, so pretty much the same. Or you can do 4 hoopings of 10 inch, and that equals out to 37.80. So someone, I don't remember who, sorry, someone mentioned this morning that you could do, what was it? I think she used the 14 inch and she did 3 of them, and then she just stretched it because it was really close. And she just stretched it, and for the leaves that would work. It just makes the leaves a little bit fatter. For the snowflake, I'm not sure that I would want to do that, but you could check it. You'll see it when you're using software. You'll see what it will look like. So that just depending on what you want to do. If you are using a 5x7 hoop, like I mentioned, you are going to do 6 hoopings of the 7 inch, and that will equal out to 41.82. So you would just let the excess run off on stabilizer. Whatever one you're going to do for the outer borders, you want a 3 inch size, and then depending on what hoops you have available. I'm actually going to do the 4 hoopings of 10 inch. I can do 3 hoopings, which saves on time, but I like that the 4 hoopings gets me right to the end. So 37.80, because we want a total of 38. And 37.44, you're not going to notice. It's like this tiny little bit. So that will work, and you can get 3 hoopings. Do it that way if you want. I'm going to do the 4 hoopings. I don't mind. So I am going to double them together. And so I'm just going to show you that real quick since I have to make it anyway. So I'm using Sew It Pro, File, Open, and then you point it to the where you have your design saved. So I'm going to do the 3x10. Click Open, and like I said yesterday, it goes to a 5x7 hoop. So we're going to go up here to this little Adjust Hoop button and click. I'm going to use this 7, actually 7x12. Because if I did a 6x10, then I'd have to take out the 2 sides. You know what? I think I'm going to do an 8x12. I'm going to do an 8x12 just so that I have a little extra room. So you've got lots of hoop options on here. So you would just click on it. So first off, I'm going to make it so that I can see, and I just hit the Shift button and use the scroll button on my mouse to be able to change the viewpoint. So I'm going to move this all the way over and decide if I have enough room. If I don't have enough room, I might even do a bigger hoop. So File, Merge to add another one. You saw that I moved it all the way over to the left. So File, Merge, and I'm just going to bring that same one again. I'm using the 3x10, and then I'll move it all the way over to the right here, and I'm lining up. So if you can see these little black markers on the sides, I'm lining that up with the middle of the hoop. So that fits really well. I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm just going to move it over even more. Maybe this one over a tad more. Okay, so like I mentioned yesterday, you can be done here. Easy peasy. It will do the first strip and then it will do the second strip. I'm going to go ahead and just merge them over together. So you can see that they're broken out. The first 5 steps are this first one, and the 6 through 10 are this second one. So I'm going to go ahead and just put them together so that the placement stitches are all together. And to do that, I just right click on it and move it with my mouse up to where I want it. Sorry, Shift. My mistake. So click on it, Shift, and move it up. There you go. All right, and then the 2 golds go together. It's easy because they're color coded. And then the 2 blues. And by the way, you always know that the teal is the actual quilting design. See, when I click on it, the teal is that quilting design. So anything after that, you know, is the second hooping or the second design. So I'm going to go ahead and click on it and click Shift and move it up. And I'm just putting the colors together. Very simple. All right, now that they're all together, I would go to Edit, Join Threads, and join all adjacent threads of the same color. Click OK, and now I have 5 steps. So all of the placement stitches for the batting, the tack down of the batting. Number 3 is the placement of the main fabric, and number 4 is the tack down of the main fabric or the basting stitch, and number 5 is the quilting design. So now keep in mind that yesterday I showed you how we can bypass the first 2 steps. So it would be really easy to just go ahead and take those out now. I'm going to leave them in just for the people that are not using software to remember. Although I really would like to just take them out so I don't forget. But if you decide to take them out, you would just click on it and right click and click Delete Thread for that first one and the second one. You can see I went ahead and did it. So I'll just make a note for those that aren't using software that they would bypass these first 2 steps if we're using that new technique. So now we're down to 3 steps. So we've got our placement for our main fabric and our tack down of our main fabric, and number 3 is the quilting design. So remember, super important, hit Save As, File, Save As, and then I just click at the end of the writing and put double. Makes it nice and easy for me to remember. All right, and then I'm going to just find my folder, my USB drive, and then I have it saved on here. Excuse my messy desktop. I've been a little busy. But you would just find your quilting design. Here it is. and then find the one that you just made, and it's a 3x10 double. Control C is to copy it, bring it over, and Control V to have it land there. I think if you brought it over, it also might copy it. I'm not sure. That might depend on the system that you're running. But anyway, so now I've got it on my F drive, and which is my little USB drive, and I can go ahead and bring it to my machine, and I'm all good to go. All right, let's go play. Just a really quick reminder that I took out the first 2 steps that we're going to bypass. So I only have the 3 steps. If you're not using this new technique where you bypass the first 2 steps, then you would need to bypass them. And remember to bypass them for each hooping. So I just have the 3 steps. Okay, I used black thread just so that you can see the placement stitches well, and it helps to be able to see it, to be able to put the border down. So remember I said yesterday that you're supposed to put it right inside of this box, but I'm going to put mine over just a bit, and what that means is up to the top a little bit more, so that I have a little bit of room for stitching them all together for my seam allowance. So I'm just putting it over a bit, and that's very easy to do. And then you can tape it down using either that rolled tape method that's shown in the directions, or since I'm keeping a little extra up here anyway, I can go ahead and do it with regular tape at the top. So the basting box, or the placement stitch, actually ends right here. So I know that I can go ahead and tape past that stitch box without having to worry about it getting stitched over. So you can see from the placement stitch where you can put it down, and you just want to make sure that all the sides are within that placement stitch. And do the same for the other. If you're doing 2 in 1 hoop, you don't have to be, but so you can see I'm just doing it over a bit just to give myself a little bit of seam allowance. Plus I think that we're going to have to cut off about 1/8 of an inch from the top or from both ends anyway. If you do the math, it works out that we're a little bit over. All right, so tape them in place, tape them really good, and then we're going to go ahead and do our quilting. All right, since I took out the first 2 steps, I've already bypassed them. If you didn't take them out using software, then you would just bypass them, and I showed yesterday how to do that with the little plus minus button on your machine. Very simple to do. So now we're going to do the basting stitch, and this is one that you want to babysit and make sure that it's not pulling up the sides or it doesn't get moved or anything like that. We've taped it, so we should be totally fine, but it's always a good idea just to watch it. I have decided on light gray thread because there are some white pieces and some white within the design, and so I've decided light gray will stand out a little bit more than white will. That's personal choice. You can use whatever color that you like for your thread for your quilting. Okay, you can see that we have the placement stitch on both sides, and that holds it in place nicely, so that now we can do the quilting, which is the last step. first hooping is done. Now we're going to take off the tape, take off the excess stabilizer, and hoop the second one, and I'll show you how to line it up. How pretty is that? Okay, we've got our placement stitch for our second hooping. So just like before, we are going to take the first hooping, fold it back so that we can see where the stabilizer ends. So see this line of the stabilizer ending right there? That's what we're going to use to line up our second hooping. So we know that we want it to stitch here, so that means that we're going to pull it back this way and line up that stabilizer with the top of this next placement stitch. Let's see if you can see this, hopefully. All right, and then once that you have it lined up just right with that first, the stabilizer from the first hooping, then pull it back and tape in place. So again, you can do that rolled tape method, or you can just tape up where it's already been quilted, because you know it's not going to go up there. It's going to start down here where the basting or where the placement stitch is. So just get that all lined up, make sure it's totally straight, and then it will do that placement or the basting stitch and the quilting. So get them both lined up. So first you would look at see where the quilting is going to go. So it's going to go this way. So that means we want it pushed back here, and we want the stabilizer to be right at the top of this box, this new placement stitch box for our second hooping. All right, and then tape that in place. And make sure it's all straight in that box, and then tape it all down and get ready for the basting stitch and the quilting. Okay, before you start the stitching, make sure that both of your front ends and back ends are out of the way of the hoop. So when I first put it on, this one got pulled under, and so I saw it, thankfully, and was able to pull it out and make sure everything's all straight and out of the way for our next stitching. So this is a stick that comes in the fluff, the polyfill, and it's great instead of using fingers. We've all seen those photos of fingers that are bloody, and we don't want that. So this is a good thing to keep handy, or to just keep ready to hit that stop button if you need to. So we're going to go ahead and do the placement stitch, or I'm sorry, the basting stitch. So you probably can't see this, but this is where one ends and one begins. It literally is just seamless. It looks like it's all part of one design. How cool is that? All right, we need 2 more hoopings, or 1 if you've chosen the 3 hooping math. I'm doing the 4, so let's go ahead and keep going. Okay, so we have both of the strips quilted all the way through, came out perfectly. So as I mentioned, these are a little bit long, and it didn't pull at all because of the stabilizer, and so they are, I don't know, 1/8 of an inch or maybe 1/8 of an inch on both sides. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start pinning it from the middle so that both sides get trimmed. So you'll see you're going to just put it in the middle, and then from there you'll be able to determine how much excess there is after you sew it on. So for now, just pin these onto your upper and bottom of the pillow top, and we're going to go ahead and start sewing the sides on, or the top and bottom banner borders. It's late. Top and bottom borders to the pillow. One quick note, if you decide not to take out these basting stitches, make sure to do a full 1/4 inch seam allowance when you're sewing your borders onto the top and bottom of the pillow, just to make sure that you don't see those little threads peeking out. Okay, and it's done. So a couple of tips. Iron your seams toward the inner border. I did it the other way and it creates a little lip here, so, and then I had to redo it, so toward the inner border. That helps to make it all straight and lay flat. And then the other thing is to make sure to trim off that excess. There really wasn't very much at all. You can see there's a tiny bit right there. That one's fine, and maybe a tiny bit there. So just trim them off, make sure it's all even, and it's all done. So pillow top is done. Isn't it so beautiful? It's funny, you know, we've been seeing all these photos of the people that completed theirs, and in person it's just so much better. They're just beautiful pillows. So next tutorial we will work on the backing, a label, and the fairy lights and the embellishments, the pins and all of that, with a couple of tips that I've already prepared for. So anyway, finish up your outer borders and share a photo in the group. I look forward to seeing them. On a side note, I want to tell you that I'm wearing my Christmas shirts because it's a Christmas bench pillow, but as soon as I'm done with the video, I change into regular clothing, and I just want to point out that it's Thanksgiving time, and I'm just so thankful for you guys. Sorry. Anyway, it's a fun group. We have a lot of fun in our group projects, and I am not bypassing Thanksgiving and going on to Christmas. I am very, very thankful, and I hope that you'll share something that you're thankful for too. You know, YouTube is not a moneymaker. But what I'm doing is I'm having fun with this group. I'm having fun making projects that I wanted to make anyway, and we have this group camaraderie that is just so fun, cheering each other's on, learning new things, and just having so much fun. So I just wanted to give a little shout out to Thanksgiving and point out that I'm really thankful for you guys. That's all. Well, what do you think? Are you ready to wrap up Candy Cane Lane? So we have a few more things to do and then we're done. Hey everyone, Kristen Som here, and we are finishing up Candy Cane Lane. So once you have your inner and outer borders done, then it's time to move on to the embellishments and adding the back to our pillow. So for our backing, we are going to use this red flower fabric that was in our kit. And then we are also going to do the fairy lights and all of the various buttons and ribbons and little red buttons. We're going to do all of that together. So maybe turn on a good Hallmark movie, sit down and do your hand sewing for your buttons. I know some people do the machine for that. I don't. I'm a little too paranoid for that, I think. So one quick tip, we'll go over each of the parts separately, but one quick tip is I heard that some people were having trouble getting the buttons out of the packaging, and I haven't opened mine yet, you can see, but just a note to be careful. So what I've heard is some of the snowflakes, probably this large one, has been breaking. So when you do open your package, make sure to do it in a gentle way, if at all possible. I heard some people were even soaking the paper part of it to be able to get the button off. So just a heads up to be careful trying to get that button out carefully. And the other thing is for the fairy lights. So there are various items on the market that you can use to poke the fairy hole lights, fairy lights hole for the little eyelets. I just use this awl. That's what I use, and it works really well. You just push it through the fairy light hole, and if you need to make it a little bigger, I mean, this thing really fills up the hole, so I don't think that you would have a problem. But it says in the directions that you could put this in there and twist it around a little bit. The only thing that you really have to worry about is you don't want it cutting the satin stitching around the hole for your eyelet. That's it. But this has worked really well for me. It's what I did on Twilight Boulevard, and I find it pretty easy to work with. So it's an awl, A-W-L. And that's it. If you haven't already, get your fabric kit or your own fabrics. Get ready for clear blue tiles because we're going to start that soon. I'm pretty excited. All right, so I am going to watch a Hallmark movie and sew on my buttons. I am doing that before I add on my backing. I just have the top done so far, and that makes it easier for me to be able to get the buttons on, and then we will work on the backing together. And I'm going to add a label to mine. I haven't decided yet. I'm going to do a little research and decide what design I want to use for my label, but I've been doing that on most of my pillows and quilts, and so I'm going to do that, and I'll give you some tips on how I'm going to do that, but that's totally optional. So anyway, let's get started in finishing our Candy Cane Lane project. And my shirt today is Yeti for Christmas. My grandson loves Yetis, and we did a Yeti Christmas last year. So I think this is by Hoop Mama Designs. I'll add a link underneath the video. Hey everyone, so I finished getting all of the fairy lights on and all of the buttons on. I want to give you a fair warning. There are 40 fairy lights and there are 40 holes, so you will use every single one. And a couple of them were a stretch to fit. If I recall, from the red house to the tree was one point, and then I think from the tan house to the wreath was another tough one. I don't recall exactly, but there were two that I didn't think were going to make it, and they did, and it works. So you just stick with it. One other thing is I started from the middle and worked my way out. Don't bother, because like I said, you will use every single one. So I redid it, and I started from the tree, I think one corner of the tree where there's these three, and then what I ended up doing is just starting from the end. It made it a little bit easier for some reason, and then work your way over, because you're going to use all of them anyway, so it doesn't matter. And the other thing is I added tape to the back. If you were with me during Twilight Boulevard, I did this for Twilight Boulevard as well with the fairy lights, and it worked really well. It makes it so that the pillow moves in easily, and it doesn't move any of those wires for the fairy lights. So anyway, this part is done. The last step, which I'll work on tomorrow, is the backing and a label. And everything else is done, and it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. So fun. So anyway, we're almost there. And just, you know, I mentioned to watch a Hallmark movie or something while you sew on all the buttons. It takes time. And the fairy lights, like I said, I did them twice. I maneuvered them twice. I think my husband and I watched 4 shows. If you know me, that's a lot of sitting down time that I don't normally do. So be prepared. It does take a while. So I'm off to get a workout now on my bike trainer, and I will pick up where I left off tomorrow with finishing the backing. So, all right, I can't wait to see yours. Okay, the next step is to get our back fabric ready, and we are going to iron out all the seams, and then we are going to trim it to the same width as your bench pillow. Mine was 16.5 inches, but you need to check yours, and you can lay your bench pillow on top of it and trim, or you can measure out the size of your bench pillow and then cut your fabric that way. So once you do that, after you've got it down to the size of the width of your bench pillow, then we're going to cut this into 3 pieces. So we are going to do that by cutting 2, one side, and both of the sides are going to be 10 inches wide, 10 inches by the width. So 10 by 16.5 is what mine is. So 10 inches on each side, and then you have the longer middle piece, and that's so that we can get to the fairy lights easily. So after you've got these trimmed down to the size that you need, you're going to fold down the edges on both of the middle ones, and then just one of each of the sides. So the long side of it, you're going to fold it down 1/4 inch and 1/4 inch, and then iron it and top stitch, and we will sew these onto our bench pillow. And then we're almost done. There's one more thing. I should clarify that it's 16 inches on the 2 10-inch pieces. That's the side that you're going to fold down. But on the big middle piece, it is the 16.5 inch. Not when I said long side, it's the edges, the 16.5 inch sides that you fold in. Hey everyone, so now that we have our backing fabric all sewn and cut and ready, it's time to make a label. So this is not a requirement. This is nice to have if you feel like doing a label. The way that I look at it is it's great for generations to come. After we're gone, they'll be able to see, oh, my grandma made this, you know. So I think it's pretty cool to add a label, and it's really easy to do. So I am going to sew a design onto felt. That's what I usually do. I do it on felt and then I hand sew the felt onto the back piece, and that's just the easiest way that I can think of doing it. And I'm going to do it on the larger piece rather than the two sides, because the two sides I think will be pulled a little bit with the pillow. So I'm going to do it on the main piece. So what you want to do, I'm using Sew What Pro software, and you start by going through your designs. So if you look through, I have an Excel spreadsheet on most of my designs. A bunch are not organized yet, but if you look through your designs, you can generally pick something that will work for your label. I mean, like you could do this little bear and write your name and date on the bear. Whatever works, whatever you think of. A candy cane. So since it's Candy Cane Lane, a candy cane would be a really good one. And Kimberbell has this candy cane. It's an applique that you would just write your name and date over on the side, and that would actually be really good. But I don't recall where I got that one. I know it was a freebie from one of the classes that I took in one of the CDs, but I don't recall which one. The treat bag, I think that was a dealer exclusive, but I'm not totally sure. But anyway, look through your designs and find something fun. The other option is a bunch of us did this Candy Cane Lane shirt, and you have that design, so that would work. So I'm going to go ahead and use that one just because it's easy for me to show you how to use that one, and since so many of us already have it. This is by Designs by Juju. It was Word Art, Christmas Word Art 11, and I'll add a link in the video description underneath the video of where you can get the design if you didn't already get it. They've got a really good sale going on right now through the end of the month, by the way. So like I said, I'm using Sew What Pro. So you would go to File, Open, and find the design that you have. So mine is here. I'm going to do the second largest, the 6x10. For my photo or for my shirt, I did the 8x8 design, but I'm going to do one just a little bit smaller. So I'm going to choose this 6x10 Candy Cane Lane, and it automatically opened up to, I don't know what size this is. I'm hitting the shift button and my scroll on my mouse to be able to see full screen of my hoop. And I'm going to go ahead and change this hoop. It looks like I've got a 6x10 and it's pretty tight. So I'm going to go ahead and change this. Excuse my dogs. Adjust hoop size. That's this little hoop button up here at the top. And I think I'll do an 8x12 for now, and then we can shrink it down. So I'm going to do an 8x12 just to have a bit of room to move it around. All right, so I have the first 5 colors here, and I want to add my name. So I'm going to go ahead and just move this up. I just click on it and move it out of the way for now. Doesn't really matter. All right, and then you would go to File, Merge, and choose a font that you have. Hopefully you've got some fonts. I have quite a few that I really like. My favorite font, I have a lot that I really like, but my very favorite font, I have a whole little folder of them here. My favorite is called Maya, and I use that one a lot because I like it. It's thick, it looks nice for lettering. So Maya 1 font by Stitchtopia, and it comes in a few sizes. And I'm going to choose the 1 inch. There's also a 1/2 inch if you have a smaller hoop, but I'm going to do the 1 inch. And then you click on the first letter of your name. So I'm going to do a capital C and click open, and it'll open that first one. It brings it right to the middle. I'm going to move it out of the way and move it down here. And I like to put them right on a line. You can see the grid here. So I like to put it right on the line just so that I can see that it all lines up right. And then you can do it a couple of ways. You could sit there and go file merge every single letter. It's kind of a hassle. Or Sew What Pro has this really great feature right here where it says icons. This is insert lettering from info pane, and you would click on that, and I've already been playing around, so it's got some loaded on here already. But so I've got my C, so my next is an R. All right, and see, I can just sit here and click all of them. I think you can even type, I don't know. But so what I like to do is I hit the left arrow button on my keyboard, and that will move the letter over. You can see I can hit it, the right button. Sorry, it didn't click on it. So I can use my right and left arrow button to move it however I want it. And since it's cursive, I want it close so that it's all connected. When you load it, here I'll do the S so you can see, it automatically does it just to the right a little bit. It's not actually connected. It's because some people may want that. I want them connected, so I just move it over one little button, one little arrow button over, and that connects it really well. So I'm just doing that on each of these. So I've got most of my name here. Then, so for the second name, Kristen Somm, I'm going to move this over 3 or 4 spaces, whatever works. It doesn't matter too much. And then go back to the little letters. So, all right, and you saw I only had the O and the H. I didn't need to move over. They were already super close. The M I moved over just a bit. All right, so then you can click on that info pane again and it goes away, and you can see all of your letters here. So what I want to do is I want to merge it. Since I've already got them lined up, it's lined up really well. I like how it is. I want to merge these so that I can move them together without moving each one. So I would go to that edit, join threads, join all adjacent threads of same color, click OK, and now it's all one. And you can see I can move it over to the middle easily without them all getting out of order. So that one's done. So then you want to add a date. I do anyway. I want to add a date. And this Maya doesn't have numbers. So then you would go, I have my fonts all in a Word spreadsheet. I'm kind of a spreadsheet gal, sorry. And you can look through, so on my spreadsheet, what I did is I wrote and numbers so that I know which ones have numbers. And then I added a photo from each of their websites to show me at a quick glance which fonts that I have. And that just helps, so you can see this is a nice font. So there's a lot that have numbers, but some don't. So this Ellie is a nice one with numbers. So I'm going to use Alexa. I like Alexa's numbers. Right there, you can see them. They're nice. So I'm going to use that. And then I already looked at this before this tutorial, and so I know that the 1 inch is actually pretty small, and I'll show you how you can see that actually, but I'm going to use the 2 inch. So I would go to File, Merge, and then I need to find that font. So I keep all my fonts in one folder, and I have them by name. And so I'm looking for Alexa. So I'm going to go up to the top here. Alexa font, open, and then go through the various numbers. So if I click on, this is a 1 inch too, and you can see that the height of it is only 0.59, so a little bit more than a ½ inch. That's pretty small when my name is large, so I'd rather go with a little bit larger. So you scroll down to all these 1 inch, 1 inch, 1 inch, and then you're going to get to the 2 inch. So here's to the 2 inches, and you go through the letters. I think the numbers were first, actually. Yeah, sorry, 2 inch here, and I want a number 2. So Alexa, 2 inch, number 2. And I'm going to click open, and it's going to go right to the middle. And then I'm going to show you a little trick here. So if let's go ahead and move it down just so it's out of the way so you can see. So that's pretty big. It's larger than my name. I'd rather it smaller, but I'm going to fix that after. So for now, here's my numbers in that info pane again. So this info, it says icons at the top. I think that's what it says. It's pretty small, but right here next to this red A, you're going to click that to get your info pane. And then you would just quickly, oops, that's too small. Sorry, like I said, I was testing different sizes. So you can click delete on your keyboard and that goes away, and then just find where you've got the bigger ones here. 2, 0. So now you see that 0 was after the 2, and so now our next 0 is further away. So I'm going to have to move that over using my little left arrow button on my keyboard, or you can just grab it and move it, but this keeps them all lined up, so it's pretty easy. All right, and then 2021. That 1 is a little close, so I'm going to move that 1 back a bit. All right, so then we can click that icon button and it goes away again, and we have 7, 8, 9, 10 is our numbers. So we're going to go ahead and merge those again. Go to Edit, Join Threads, join all adjacent threads, and then we have it right there. So one thing that I want to do, as I mentioned, the numbers are bigger than my name, and I'd rather it looks a little bit more uniform. So I can click on that one item. It's really important that you click on the item that you're going to work with. So mine is this number 7, and it's all in black, and I'm going to go ahead and change it. So up here, this little button that has like blue corners, all the blue corners, you click on that. There's probably specific names to these, but that's a resize button. And so since, like I said, I've only got this one thing clicked on, it's only going to resize that. So that's really nice. So I'm going to go ahead and change it to 80%. You can mess around with numbers and see what works, but to me that works pretty well. So that's a good size. I'm not too picky. So I'm going to move this up to where I want it. I want it right under my name, and I want it centered. See the little black dots on the on each of the corners and the sides. So I want to line that up with the center of my hoop right there. And then the same thing with my name. I think we didn't already line it up. So let's line that up too. And did I not move it up? Sorry, I just centered it. Okay. So I want this lined up just under my name, centered, and then this centered. It's already centered. So like that. But then I want this candy cane. I don't know if I can do. So if I click on each of these and click, control, then I can click these specific, because now they're kind of lumped together. So you want to make sure to get what you want to move all grouped together. And then you can move this down. The other way is you could have just moved the name up. Either way works. So I just want this centered and right above my name. Okay, so I like that. So now what I want to do is I want to click all of it. So I'm just clicking somewhere above it and dragging all of it, and then I have all of these selected. The other way is you could hit that control button and click on each of these, but this was quick and easy. And we want to center it. So remember, we have these centered little dots in the middle, horizontally and vertically, and so we're just going to move that to the center. There we go. Oops, over a little bit. All right, and then we've got it centered, and it doesn't really matter because we're not taking up the whole hoop, but we also could change to a smaller hoop. We could change to an 8x8 hoop at this point, I think. Not sure about that because the 8-inch hoop is 7.87, I think, so it's a little bit big for that. So I'm going to go ahead and keep with this. I don't need an 8x12. I could do a 7x12. Save on the stabilizer a little bit. It actually wouldn't, but I'm going to go ahead and change it just to show you how. So, sorry, I clicked too fast. This adjust hoop size, the one with the hoops on it, and then go to this one, 7x12. All right, and then I think it keeps it centered. Let's see. Yep, we're still centered. And now we can use a 7x12 hoop, and don't forget, we always do a file, save as. So file, save as, and then I am going to say label. And I'm just clicking after the already words that are there and clicking label, and then I have saved it, and I can move it to my USB drive and bring it to the embroidery machine and stitch this out. And like I said, you can use pretty much any design. You could use a design that's already in this specific project, like the lighthouse or the cute tree. The tree would be really cute, but those are a lot of work, a lot of steps. This is simple. So whatever works for you, a simple little applique that you can put your name on top of it, or this one that we already have. Since we've already got this, I think this is pretty easy for most people. So that's how you do it. So we're going to stitch out a label. I'm going to do it on felt. You can do it on whatever you want, and then get it onto your back fabric before we piece it all together. And that's it. Well, guess what? It's done. I'm really excited. This one took a long time, longer than I expected, obviously because of family commitments. But this is just beautiful. It's so beautiful. The lights, all the embellishments, the little buttons, and the shimmery snow. It's just gorgeous, and the patchwork. I love the patchwork. So it's done, and I'm very excited it's done. I made a cute little label. Sorry, my stretched. Anyway, so it's done, and I can't wait to see yours. So here's the deal. I'm going to give you a few days to finish, and then I'm going to pull all those photos. So I want you to keep finishing your pillow and post in the group, and I will pull those photos of your completed pillow or wherever you are with it. If you're just starting, that's fine too. And I'm going to make one more video, and I'm going to use that one to add on to the end when I do all the sections for the people that haven't started yet. And so that way then your completed pillow will be in the video as well. So finish up your pillow and get your pictures posted and share them in the Kristen Creates group. And I look forward to seeing them. Good job, everybody. This was fun. Well, did you do it? Did you finish? Did you finish your beautiful pillow? Come on, show me. Hey everyone, Kristen Som here, and I finished my Candy Cane Lane bench pillow, and I hope you did too, because we don't want any UFOs. We want these done. No unfinished object. All right? So, while I was on vacation, a bunch of people finished their pillows, and if you haven't already, make sure to join the Kristen Creates group on Facebook. There's a link in the description underneath this video, and make sure to share because I'm sharing your photos in our group. So here they are. if you haven't already, don't forget to subscribe to this channel. Subscribe to Kristen Creates on YouTube and make sure to like and comment the videos because you know we have lots of projects coming up and you want to be able to be notified when you can join in the fun. So let's do this. Have you heard that Kimberbell is coming out with a new spring quilt? Let's do it as a group project. Hey Kimberbell friends, Kristen Som here, and I know everyone is already so excited about the new quilt that's coming out from Kimberbell Designs. So I had a quilt shop reach out and they asked if they could sponsor us for a group project. So of course that's just perfect timing and it is so cute. You've probably already seen the photos, but if not, isn't that so cute? Oh my gosh. So that will be really fun for us. It is expected to come out like the end of February, I think is what they're expecting. And so we have a quilt shop. It is Day Lily Fabric Shop and they have asked to sponsor our group. So they have already put up a pre-order. So in the video description underneath this video, there is a direct link to the items that you need. And when you click on that link, it automatically brings you to those items and it creates the discount for you. But if you do it a different way, that's okay too. The discount code for Daylily Fabric Shop is Kristen2022, 2022, since it comes out in 2022. So the items that you will need are, of course, the machine embroidery CD, because we'll be doing the machine embroidery version, and the fabric kit, and the backing. The backing does not come with the quilt, so make sure and get your backing kit. This one is going to have an embellishment kit and a thread kit. So all of those items we need for our project. And she also has created a couple of bundles depending on how you want to do it. So if you get all of the items, there's a bundle for that. Or if you don't want the thread kit, there's a bundle just for the machine embroidery CD and the backing and the thread, or not the thread, sorry, the embellishment kit. So look at the link that is in the video description and you can see what options that you want to go with. So this one will be really cute. And like I said, it was originally planned for January, I think, but they pushed it out. And I think they're expecting like the 3rd or 4th week of February. So plan on like a March 1st start time maybe. But get your pre-orders in now and we'll go ahead and get started as soon as it is officially released. Thank you, Daylily, for sponsoring our project.